Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning,
Commissioner Byrne.
Hans. Morning, sir. How's the background noise on my audio?
You're a little distorted.
Little distorted? Okay. Well, I won't have it on much, but I'm going down the road. So anyway, thanks, guys.
It's clearing up now.
Probably because I'm muted.
Good morning, Commissioner Maestas.
Good morning, Chairman Fishman.
Just had to check if my sound was working there. Okay, it's 9:30. We got a quiet bunch this morning, but I think it's time to start the meeting. And so we're called to order. And Mike, would you call the roll? Michael?
Sorry about that. I couldn't get to my screen to unmute myself. Commissioner Hall,
She won't be here for a little bit.
okay. Commissioner Fishman,
Here?
Commissioner Byrd,
I'm a present.
Commissioner Maestas,
I'm here.
and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
We have 4 commissioners present. That constitutes a quorum for purposes of the Open Meeting Act.
Okay. Russell, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico. The Z is symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you, Russell. You're giving Commissioner Byrd a run for his money. Consideration and approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
I
Second.
will second. And Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and I'll call Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, is she present yet? Here's
Yeah, she's got a medical appointment this morning that'll hang her up for a little while.
Okay, I will not call her name until she appears and announces her presence then. The agenda is approved by a vote of 4-0.
Special guests and public comment, Sarah?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I just wanted to we don't have any public comments this morning or special guests other than the employee of the month, and I will hand it over to Wayne to introduce the employee.
Thank
of
you,
the month.
Sarah. Appreciate that. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. It's nice to see everyone this morning. The employee of the month for November 2021 really needs no introduction. It's Miguel Lujan. As a certificate of the resolution notes, and one of the reasons why I wanted to bring Miguel before the committee as the employee of the month for November is really the remarkable effort he put into helping us get moved into this building. Not to really relive too much history, but it was a struggle to get into the building. And the commission knows that no move is easy, and a move of this magnitude in particular is not easy. And of course, my arriving at the commission as chief of staff coincided with that move. And I quickly had to look around and identify people who would get things done. And Miguel was somebody that just really stood out throughout that entire process as someone that, regardless of whether or not it was his job, he got things done. He didn't necessarily need to be out at the storage sheds, but he was out at the storage sheds when we needed somebody at the storage sheds. He didn't necessarily need to be here in the building all of the time throughout the move, but he was here whenever we needed him to be here. And again, it wasn't just to set up our IT systems, it was to do whatever needed to be done to help us get into this building. And that really impressed me. I'm a big believer in first impressions, and my first impression of Miguel was somebody who, very hard worker, very dedicated to the commission, very dedicated to the mission of the agency. And again, is just willing to do whatever needs to be done to help us get our jobs done. And that is a great trait to have in an IT director. Our IT systems are so important to everything that we do. He's obviously very good at his real job as well, in addition to being willing to take on other responsibilities as they come along. I would note that I've heard a rumor, I'm not sure if this is true or not, that he is a Green Bay Packer fan. So for any of you out there who are not Green Bay Packer fans, I hope that you won't hold up this nomination as employee of the month. But in all seriousness, again, Mr. Chairman, very pleased to bring this to the commission and to thank Miguel on behalf of the staff, his colleagues, amongst whom he's very well respected for all that he does for the agency on a day in and day out basis, and in particular the really remarkable effort he's put into over the last 6 months since I've been chief of staff. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll open it up to any other comments that folks would like to make.
Thank you. Commissioners. In praise of Miguel,
Yes.
Mr.
Chair,
Commissioner Byrd.
sorry about that. Yeah, I just want to, despite the stigma of being a great cheesehead, he overcomes that, and he's always been able to answer my problems. I think this is a great selection, another example of one of our wonderful employees here at the PRC. Good job, Miguel, and thanks a bunch.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Yeah, I've always had great responsiveness and help from Miguel. And I guess my one comment would be, Packers no, Miguel yes. Other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
thanks, Wayne, for bringing that forward. We actually have Miguel here in the hearing room, and I'd like to have him come up and maybe take a seat. He's very modest, but I want to echo what Wayne said. I think that he's redefining what IT can do. And I know that he was kind of the go-to person, right, for any issues regarding our move-in, which was challenging and actually is still occurring. But I think without Miguel, I'm not sure what we would have done. And especially in installing the new fiber optic system here, and working with the Palace Prime restaurant, our neighbor to the east. So anyway, I think it's a well-deserved recognition, and I'd like to ask him to say a few words when all the commissioners are done. making comments if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bradford just, he was afraid to say it verbally, but he says he's a Packers fan. Brad, you outed yourself.
I think it's been well known for quite some time that I'm a Packer fan.
Oh, well, it's news to me, but what can I say? Any other comments from commissioners? Well, Miguel, you ought to go up to, yeah, okay, there I see you. You know, maybe you can be an honorary commissioner for a day while you're sitting back there at the dais. You're on the spot now. Commissioner Myers just made sure you have to speak.
I don't know about being a commissioner here, but no, thank you all for nominating me. I guess I could say that I have an advantage for being in the PRC for very long, that I kind of know what everybody wants, what they need, what their likes, their wants, where they go, what their furniture was. So it was actually, you know, pretty easy for me to go to the storage and know where the units are. And, you know, I don't mind doing any of that and getting out of my home and driving and going to houses and doing all that. So, you know, it was definitely, I don't mind doing any of that. And we'll do anything for the agency.
Well, thank you, Miguel. I know that in the move, my famous Puang chair got divided into separate pieces. And I believe you're the one who found all the parts to make sure it was all put together.
Yeah, I ended up finding the cushion way back in one unit on a steel beam full of dust, but I said, I think this is the brown cushion, and it ended up being the cushion, but things were everywhere. It was, you know, it was kind of tough, but.
Well, now, you know, so someday I may use it again.
Yeah.
But thank you for getting it all pulled together. I really appreciated it. And you know, when I mentioned that my chair was incomplete, you were there and you were just right on it. No one had to ask. No one had to. You just did it, and really appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad I found it. I actually thought that for once I wasn't going to be able to find it or do something because I hadn't seen it the whole move, but there it was.
Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, on to, oops. Okay, on to consent action items. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve the consent agenda as
Second.
presented.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioners, this will be a vote on the consent action items appearing on the agenda. They consist of transportation matters, I should say, case 21-00250 TRM in the matter of the application of Liberty Medical Transportation LLC, DBA NEMT, for a certificate to provide non-emergency medical transport service. This is a potential order on an application for certificate. Next is case 21-00251 TRM in the matter of the application of VELV LLC, DBA Groom Transportation LLC for a change to its tariff. This is a potential order regarding its application for a tariff change. Case 21-00219 TRM in the matter of the investigation of Albuquerque Ohana Movers LLC, a potential final order. Moving on to utility matters, we have case 21-00127 UT in the matter of the verified petition of Tularosa Communications, Inc. as a competitive local exchange carrier for designation as an eligible telecommunications carrier for a limited purpose. And this is a potential order regarding the recommended decision. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Maestas. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
And Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
And I'm assuming Commissioner Hall has not joined us, so I'm only take those 4 names. So the orders, the consent action items are approved by a vote of 4-0.
Okay. We're on to regular action items. Docket number 21-270, TRM, in the matter of the application of Hickory Emergency Medical Services for reissuance of certificate 47495 to provide ambulance service. Hans, please guide us through it.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Fishman and commissioners. As the commission may remember, we took emergency action regarding the temporary authority for Hickory Emergency Medical Services, giving them temporary authority for reissuance of their certificate, which was due to expire. Their application has been properly noticed as of November 1st on the commission website. And in conforming with the Open Meetings Act, we have properly noticed this for this agenda, and we just need a motion to ratify the emergency vote from November 1st, granting them temporary authority. If I could get a motion to ratify that vote, please.
Commissioners? I will so
Make a
move.
motion to ratify.
Okay, we've got a motion from Commissioner Aguilar, and I will second. Mike, would you, is there any discussion before I jump over to Mike? Okay, Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The order is passed 4-0.
Okay, on to utility matters. Well, when I talked, I should have thought of this before. When I talked with Commissioner Hall a little earlier, she said she was hoping to get back on to address this next item, 20-237. And I'm wondering if at this point, Mike, we can move that to the bottom and handle the 7 and 8 before we handle 6. So we give her a chance to get back on board.
Commissioners, that would be fine with me, but that would require a motion to change the agenda. And the rest of
Okay.
the commission agrees.
So anyway, I will make that motion if there's a second.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, terrific. Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. Thank
The
you all.
matter will be moved.
Okay, so we're on item 7, docket number 20-241 UT in the matter of El Paso Electric Company's application for approval of its transportation electrification plan for 2021 and 2022. And we've got Christopher and Russell to guide us through it. Take it away, guys.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as per my email yesterday, I got you the proposed order and my memo quite late. You may just want to hear Christopher Ryan's presentation of the corrected certification of stipulation, or the commission may wish to also hear from me. But I'll go ahead and I'll let Christopher Ryan present his certification.
Good morning, commissioners. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. I hope you are too.
Yes, very well, thank you. So what I'm going to do here in this presentation, actually, the recommended decision obviously is a lengthy document. And I put together a presentation, PowerPoint presentation, in which I think will help focus us on basically the key portions of the RD. All of the information that comes from the PowerPoint presentation is taken directly from the recommended decision. So this is effectively just the words that I've written in a more convenient delivery mechanism. So I will share my screen here and bring up that PowerPoint. And I'm hoping that, Sarah, I need you to enable screen sharing.
I'll do that right now. You should be good to go, Christopher.
This will stop other screen sharing, yes. And I want this. All right, so you should be looking at the slideshow, is that correct?
Yes, I see it.
And I'm gonna launch it. Went to black on my side.
Well, I still see it on my screen.
Do you?
Yeah.
My laptop is totally dark here.
Other folks, do other folks see it on their screen?
I can see.
Yeah, I still see it.
I can't see any of you though. I don't know why the laptop monitor literally just cut out entirely.
What a blessing.
There you go.
I'm going to have to figure this part out. So I have to be able to see you in the presentation at the same time. So I guess you'll just have to, I apologize for the technical glitch, but I don't know what has happened with my laptop here.
Christopher, this is Sarah. If you'd like to send the presentation to me, perhaps I could share my
Yeah, but I'm gonna
screen
have
so
to
that-
jump off the meeting momentarily because I have nothing on my screen. I see it's just a black screen, although you can hear me. The display has just terminated on the laptop. So my apologies. I'm not responsible for this laptop's function. It just does not work right now. So I
Well,
can't
if you
see
need
anyone.
if you need to sign off for a second.
I will. I'll
one
have to
time-
power down and then power back up. And then Sarah, I'll do that. I'll send it to you. And if there's
Okay.
other matters, I should take me 5 minutes, but I don't know. I'll just go ahead and do that and allow the commission to proceed as it wishes.
Okay.
Again, my apologies. I'm going to sign off now. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. So Sarah, if you put the agenda back up.
Do you see it, Mr. Chair?
No, I've still got the Chris's slide up there, Christopher's.
Can you see it now?
Yes. Well, commissioners, shall we just wait on Christopher or shall we vote to go to item 8? Michael, I see your screen lighting up.
Oh, I didn't actually say anything, but the commission could certainly choose to do that.
Or we could take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
is it possible that Mr. Fisk could add anything that would be relevant while we wait and we get more information while we're going?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I could certainly give a little preview. So you could have it in mind of my proposed order, in case you didn't have a chance to read it yesterday. So my proposed order would fully adopt the corrected certification of stipulation prepared by Mr. Ryan. Get my memo a little larger here. I'm not sure I'll read it. Here we go. I'll give you a little procedural background in case he's not going to give that, because this will help. There was obviously a transportation electrification plan filed by EPE to begin this proceeding. And then there was at one point a stipulation that was entered into by EPE, ChargePoint, Prosperity Works. Get my list here, I'm sorry. Western Resource Advocates, and the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. That stipulation was opposed by 3 other parties to the case: the City of Las Cruces, Mary Lee Souls, and Philip B. Simpson. Now, did I mention that staff was one of them? Let me really reiterate who was parties to the stipulation. There were 6 parties: EPE staff, CCAE, WRA, Prosperity Works, and ChargePoint. The stipulation that is certified in the corrected certification of stipulation is not that stipulation, because the hearing examiner recommended significant modifications to the stipulation, mostly to enlarge, to boost the program, the plan, various programs within the plan, excuse me. The plan is made up of various programs, and the EP plan, according to the hearing examiner, and according to many of the parties, and I agree with this as well, the initially proposed plan, the plan initially proposed by EP was very small. Its budget was very small, much smaller than those of SPS and P&M, and in other ways did not seem adequate. So the hearing examiner took the stipulation, which was largely adopted the proposal. It didn't change the proposed plan all that much. He found that it needed to be there needed to be significant modifications before he could recommend it to the commission, and he made those modifications. And then he asked the 6 parties to the stipulation if they would accept the modifications. 5 of the 6 parties did. The lone holdout was staff, and staff actually filed an exception, asking the commission to accept the stipulation. I won't go into that now because I have a detailed discussion of the exception, and unless we're going to skip Christopher's presentation entirely and just go to me, it'll take more than 5 minutes. 3 parties filed exceptions to the corrected certification. So in other words, exceptions to the modified stipulation, the stipulation, but with the hearing examiner's modifications. 3 parties filed exceptions. As I said, staff had been, was the lone holdout from the original parties to the stipulation, who was held out against, wouldn't agree to the modifications. ChargePoint, which agreed to both the original stipulation and the modifications, but the stipulation actually left ChargePoint's issue that it raises in the exceptions for decision. It wasn't a stipulated issue. The one issue that was explicitly left for the decision of the hearing examiner and the commission. And of course, that has to do with everybody's favorite topic, EMV chip readers for credit cards. And I will also discuss that today or next week, whenever we get to the exceptions. The 3rd party that filed an exception was the city of Las Cruces. The city of Las Cruces objected to both versions of the stipulation and has filed 8 exceptions, various exceptions to the corrected certification of stipulation. So we have 3 parties filing exceptions that are in very different positions. As I said, staff was a party to the original stipulation, but not to the modified stipulation. ChargePoint was a party to both, and the city was a party to neither. So we have 3 interesting perspectives, variety of perspectives there. Let's see. Well, I guess I could go into the procedure a little bit more. Under the portion of the commission's rules of procedure, pertaining to certifications of stipulation, there's a provision for filing exceptions, but there's no provision for filing responses to exceptions. The recommended decisions are dealt with in a different portion of the rules of procedure, and they of course provide a procedure for both exceptions and responses. Well, on November 5th, 3 of the parties to the unmodified, the original stipulation and the modified stipulation, Prosperity Works, WRA, and CCAE, filed a joint motion for leave to respond to the exceptions, because that would be the only response to the exceptions that would be received. And they gave various reasons. It's consistent with commission custom and practice to allow responses. It is generally, I think we treat certifications and stipulations the same way as we do RDs, even though they're treated differently in a rule, and we allow responses. Responses, of course, just help evaluate the exceptions. So I recommended the commission that the commission grant that motion to consider the joint response filed by those 3 parties. In my proposed order, as you'll see, I have considered, I have included a description of their responses to all the exceptions to which they respond, which isn't all of them, but most. With that, I'd be ready to get into the actual exceptions. I don't know if anyone wants me to do that.
We've got Christopher back, it looks like. And
Yes.
Christopher, so maybe Russell was just helping fill us in on some things while you were off. But just start from the beginning and take us through it.
Yes, and I appreciate that, Commissioner. I apologize for that technical error. That's beyond me as to how that happened. In any event, Sarah's has the presentation up. So the first thing I thought I'd focus on here is the statute itself, right? The public utility shall file with the commission an application to expand transportation electrification. What we heard from in the hearing, and this is all again in the RD, that the commission is basically in a task of seeing that utilities expand electrification transportation, not simply sort of accepting that the utilities will stand by and watch as EVs grow, right? Like that's not the concept. The concept is that the utilities are directed to expand by legislative directive. And thus, when you're thinking about how one would approach these subjects, and as I was considering the stipulation, that was the thought that was in my mind, and that's a legislative determination that was previously made. So Sarah, if you could go to the next. So the text of the statute as a whole, section 62A12 gives utilities, so having considered the text of the statute as a whole, what I write in the recommended decision is that section 62A12 gives the utilities and the commission broad powers to forge dynamic and creative solutions to promote the electrification of varied forms of transportation. The TEP statute envisions broad and far-reaching programs to support meaningful social change. And so that's a quote directly from my recommended decision. And the basis for my writing those words was effectively that if you study all of those sort of textual clues together, I think it's pretty clear that the idea behind the TEP statute is for the utilities and the commission to be doing very broad work. And even the definition of transportation that's provided in the statute envisions effectively every form of mode of moving items or people. So wherever your imagination ends on that, on some level, I think is an indication as to what the legislature had in mind as the commission is contemplating its role in these matters. Next slide, please. So the budget flexibility provisions that were built into this stipulation effectively allow for them to come back to the commission when 75% of a program is utilized, and then further provides 15% overages. So for instance, they can spend more than 15% without commission approval, but if any budget item is 75% utilized, then they would come back to the commission. That was understandable, and I think flexibility is desirable, and I wrote in the recommended decision that there are cases in the electric efficiency context that allow for these types of moves. But my concern was that for a budget of 568.5 out of the gate, that you ran into a circumstance where if a program was very successful, more so than expectations permitted or sort of assumed, then you'll just be back in front of the commission too quickly. So the idea behind my increasing the budget and asking the parties to accept that was rooted in that. So Sarah, next slide, please. So this is matters that I just kind of talked about here. And then Sarah, if you could skip ahead actually too. So what's presented in those slides, and one more please, Sarah. So what wouldn't be desirable, of course, is for the commission to have be approving the funds, but then not having enough funds to meet program demand. And so the idea behind the increase was to basically meet the demand where it was and hope that it's more successful than everybody is anticipating. That's really the key thought behind the recommendation that the stipulation be increased. So Sarah, if you could go forward one more time. One of the points that's important to realize when you think about increasing the budget beyond what the stipulation permits is that the rider in this case is designed in such a way that there will be no immediate impact to EPE's ratepayers. All of these programs basically require participation from EPE's customers. And I'll say all of them except for the administrative budget and the outreach budget. Those two portions of the programs, that's just money that's going to be spent. But with residential rebates, with commercial rebates, with direct current fast chargers, people have to come to EPE and desire these things and say, I would like one of them. And no one at this juncture really knows what is going to happen once these programs go live. There is no way to predict how the ratepayers are going to respond. So in that sense, when you're budgeting now, you're really only budgeting to permit what might happen. And I think the thought that I had as I was thinking about this and what I wrote in the recommended decision is that basically, we just want there to be enough funds basically for the maximum benefit to come. All right, Sarah, if you could go to the next slide, please. So Ms. LaRoque wrote in this recommendation, in the testimony in this case, and I cited it in the recommended decision, that it's never advisable to simply throw ratepayer money at a problem. And I agree wholeheartedly with that and noted as much in the recommended decision. The problem, though, that I have is at the same time, if we give too little money, then you're frustrating the task of the statute, which is to expand electrification transportation. And then the saving portion of it is that the rider doesn't kick in until the next year, at which point you will only then basically be charging customers for funds actually expended. So that would be the benefit of the way the rider's designed and why we can avoid the problem that Ms. LaRoque indicated in her testimony and that I identified here. Sarah, if you could go to the next slide, please. So now we're getting into the details of the program. So the program duration was the first question I addressed in the recommended decision, and that basically indicates that there's going to be a next step filed. So the sort of line you're seeing here is just a graphical display of what I described in the recommended decision, right? If we assume a November 1, which is at the time I was preparing all this, I sort of picked that number, and 18 months puts us at May 1, 2023. At that point, the stipulation says the next step shall be filed. And then in a 9-month period in time, there will be like that 9-month period down there is the amount of time you would take to litigate this matter. What you can know is that this case, the one that we're discussing at this very moment, was filed at the end of 2020. So now we are nearing the end of 2021, which has basically been 11 months. So I basically said, well, if we assume 9 months period of time to litigate the second TEP, which is, nobody can know what amount of time you'll need, but that just seems a conservative and reasonable estimate. You end up in February of 2024, and that's effectively the first quarter of 2024. And as you saw in my recommended decision, you'll have numbers that sort of align to where we are going to be in the first quarter of 2024 in terms of EVs. So Sarah, if you could go to the next slide, please. So this graph also comes from EPE's materials. It was in every one of their TEP plan documents. This is their projections for the estimated number of vehicles. You'll see we are right now in 2021, so 242, or kind of in that number there. You know, one of the things I'll note about this graph, and I had this moment the other day as I was putting all this together, you know, you're looking effectively at the way that I'm reading this slide, this graphic, is to say by the end of 2030, we know there shall be 2,752 EVs. Now, how that number is projected exactly, that's discussed in the RD, but I won't get into that here. So what I'm noting here, at the end of 2022, there's going to be 317. At the end of 2023, there'll be 416. And the end of 2024, there will be 545. And so you can see how I've broken out. You know, you just take the numbers and you're doing basic math. And so here's the 2023 growth. And then we get down to 2024 growth. And as I've written in the RD, and as I've said just now, the next TEP should be in place and final order by the commission in the first quarter of 2024, at which point we're looking at 448 EVs. And that's significant, of course, as you know from reading the recommended decision, because that's going to guide what sort of amounts of rebates we need. So next slide, please. So, right, 448 EVs in EP's New Mexico territory by the time EP's next TEP is adjudicated. Next slide, Sarah. So one of the things I noticed as we were talking about these in all these presentations here, this was a chart that the commission's seen before. This isn't essential to the decision or anything. It's just to put us all on the same page as to what these chargers are, right? So when we talk about these smart charging programs and level 2 chargers and rebates for them, it's important to know what we're talking about. You know, at one point, Commissioner Hall very understandably asked about, could you have a level 3 charger in a residential home? And that's not an unreasonable question. These are all new technologies. Many people aren't familiar with the jargon. So basically, the AC level 1 charger plugs into a standard wall outlet in the house or in your garage. A level 2 is one that you have effectively a dryer level voltage, like, you know, a bigger, I think that's a 240 volt. And then that connects to your vehicle. So you're just getting more charge the car faster. And then a DCFC charger is basically like the equivalent of a gas station charger, right? So these are big devices that cost much, much more than the other types of chargers and charge your car much more quickly. Though, as my understanding from the testimony in several of these cases, you know, you're still looking somewhere like 15 to 20 minutes. And again, this is not an issue in this case, but it's another question. There's no standardization really with some of these vehicles about how you plug in a charger, a fast charger, into your car. There are Tesla-specific fast chargers. They call them Tesla superchargers. And then there are other types of chargers. And you saw in the writing here, EPE is trying to, or they require for their DCFC program, a specific type of charging adapter. You can have adapters that then allow you to use different chargers. All of those details are to be decided in the future. If it sounds confusing, it's because it is. And to learn that there's no standardization is sort of problematic. But anyways, I note this all as an aside and just to keep us all on the same page. So you could go to the next slide, Sarah. And this is just a picture of a level 1 charger in case anyone was wondering. Again, this isn't essential to the decision. I'm just providing the commission some information that they can understand what we're talking about here. Literally, you just plug it into your wall, and then that's going to charge your car, but very, very slowly. Next slide, please. Here's a typical level 2 setup. So the types of rebates that EPE is sort of asking here for the residential programs are these type of rebates. And at one point in time, Commissioner Fishman asked, it was during Mr. Lundin's presentation to the commission about these 3 programs, why is this called the smart charging? Well, basically, those level 2 chargers that you're looking at there, they have the ability within these things to manage the time frame of your charging. And so you can set them to be smart, and they're internet connected, and they can be responsive to much more input. So if you had a demand response program in the future, one of the things I learned in the course of this proceeding was the value of overbuilding technology in residential applications right now is because in several years later, there may be programs that we're not contemplating at this moment. You do not want to use any TEP funds to put in place things that will be useless, right? All TEP funds should be designed for the future. And the wild thing about all of this is we don't really even know at this juncture what that future is going to look like. So it's very much an open source kind of attempt to make this stuff usable in its maximum capacity. And that's why it is a quote unquote smart charging, because they want the chargers to be smart, because we might do things with them in the future that we just aren't yet thinking about. Next slide. And this is a typical DCFC installation. I mean, that's a Mach-E Ford Mustang. I'm just showing you this so when we talk later about the DCFC and the stations, you can see these look very much like gas stations, and those ports, that's the two like hose things. I'm sure there's more technical description of it, but that's what a port is the ability to charge two things off the one station. And we learned in the course of this proceeding as well that the value of having two ports on each of these stations is, of course, the station itself is very expensive. You want to maximize the amount of ports coming off of it. And that's why we have testimony in this case, and it's noted in the recommended decision that the stations do typically have two ports, and that is EPE's expectation whenever they're installing fast chargers. Next slide, Sarah. Go ahead further. This is just a description of stuff I said already. The residential program. So EPE's residential pilot program targets 50% of the projected EV owners during this TEP. And so this gets back to previously, we talked that the initial plan from EPE was submitted that there would be 317 electric vehicles at the time this program concludes. But of course, as time went on and agreements of the parties came into play, then we realized ultimately you're going to be further out. You're going to be in the first quarter of 2024. So we're not talking 317 EVs at 2022 levels. We're talking whatever we're going to be at 2024 first quarter. And that's where 448 comes in. So that's how, I mean, those changes I've suggested in the residential programs are just taking the interveners and applicants' own numbers and just adjusting them for reality. So go ahead, Sarah. So this was the initial stipulated budget. It was 120 stations and then 40 low-income customers maxing out. So that's 160, which is half of 320. So that's where the stipulation numbers came from. The next slide, Sarah. And so this is what the stipulation recommends, that you basically budget for 168 stations and then 56 low-income customers, which gets you half of the 448 effectively. That math does work, and that number is 244,720. So that's the basic change in the amount of money for residential programs. It's just doing what the parties agreed to, but matching the number of EVs. And now you could also ask the question, well, does that correct? Because, you know, does the recommended decision incorporate the expansion of EVs? That would be a perfectly fair question. Like, so in some level, what I'd say to you is what I've recommended here is basically the minimum. EPE said in the course of the hearing that they did not know what the total number of EVs would be based on the availability of these program features. The idea, of course, being that this program is going to encourage people to purchase EVs, right? And so there was no way at this juncture for EPE to tell us that answer. So all I've recommended is really the bare minimum based on the numbers that exist. So next slide, please. The residential rebate, it covers the difference between a non-networked and a network 2 charging station. So that's that smart charging program. They want networked level 2 charging stations. After the 500 rebate, a customer will pay approximately 50 to 200 out of pocket for a networked level 2 charging station. The rebate for the residential program is not intended to cover installation costs. That's different. There's a difference between the plain residential and then the low income residential we'll see in a moment. And those level 2 charging stations, the UL listing is basically a safety and standardization protocol. The Energy Star certified, obviously it's efficient. The networked part, they're requiring this. I've talked about that already. And then Wi-Fi or cellular capabilities. They share charging data with EPE. I want to pause on that just for a second and say that this is an essential thing about this TEP that I believe that the commission needs to know that's really important. These initial TEPs are data procurement programs, no question. And every single component of this actually requires there to be data shared with EPE. And EPE will collect that data. And as you saw in the recommended decision, I've suggested that the commission ask, and the stipulating parties have not objected to, providing a lot more data to us moving forward so that we can utilize these in future TEPs. Because I think that's essential. And I think my understanding of these programs really, and I've written this in the RD, is that this is very much about data collection. So next slide, Sarah. The low income residential plan, the main difference here, you see it's a $500 rebate. The installation costs are the big change between the regular and the low income, right? And that number was increased from an initial amount of money to the 1,800 number. The interveners had asked for 2,500. They compromised on 2,300. Everyone was satisfied with that number. As you saw in the recommended decision, 24% of Doña County lives in poverty. That's a pretty stunning number. So the idea with these installation costs is to cover panel upgrades and the expenses associated. And obviously that's very substantial when you have a population, many of whom have limited means.
Christopher?
So, yes, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Could you go back to the previous slide real
Sure.
quickly? So I'm looking at bullet number 2 under residential rebate. A customer will pay approximately $50 to $200 out of pocket for a network level 2 charging station. I'm trying to calibrate that against the next slide where we're saying up to $2,300 of installation costs. Could you explain that a little further?
So my understanding of this is that, so Sarah, if you could go back to the low income residential plan. Yeah, so the chargers themselves are going to have an expense. And I think if your question is basically, would the low income people have to absorb that additional cost associated with the purchase of a network level 2 charger? That's a fair question, and I'm not sure that I have a distinct answer to you. I don't think the plan here, I mean, the basic agreement with the parties and what the program, as I understand it, requires is that the $2,300 total money will cover whatever the costs are of getting that network level 2 charger into the low income residential person's home. So if the question, Commissioner Fishman, is whether there's going to be out of pocket expenses for a low income person, if there is some additional money to buy the charging station itself, I believe the answer to the question is that the total dollar value of the rebate could be used for both the purchase of the charger and the offset for the installation costs.
Do you think that any of the parties would object if we explicitly stated that the $1,800 could, or excuse me, the $1,800 could also cover that additional actual charger equipment cost?
My understanding of the agreement, Commissioner Fishman, is that the modifications were made and the increases in the money were provided to ensure that there would be the least amount of difficulty for a low-income person to install one of these chargers. I think the big concern was that the electrical panel upgrades were a far greater cost to an individual than the actual charging station itself. And you saw there was a range, right, of 50 to 200. So you could probably find a charging station that's on the less expensive side. And I don't think that's going to cut into the quality, but it might just have less bells and whistles, but still be a network charger. The panel upgrades was where the big pain would come in for a person based on the experiences in other states. That's what's been recognized at this point. So my short answer is no, I do not believe the parties would object to this. I do not believe the parties who filed exceptions, specifically the city, would have any objection to that. Given the fact that Ms. LaRoque said in various times in her testimony and at the proceedings in this case, that she's very attentive and attuned to the needs of low-income people. And I have to believe they would support that clarification by the commission.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And it's a very good question, Commissioner Fishman. Just noting that fact. Yeah, anyway, I'll stop there. So the qualification, additional points for this. The only thing that changed in the course of this as well, that was beneficial. Prosperity Works had asked that the verification of low income status be self-certification. And I asked, what does that mean exactly? And effectively, it is the honor system. If you're a low income person, you self-identify as low income, you're going to get the ability to participate in the low income residential plan. And the idea, of course, was to really make this as easy as possible for people of limited means to participate without any onerous paperwork or proof or anything. So I think that was a good change, and one that I think was really beneficial to the stipulation. All right, so next slide, Sarah. So the commercial programs, you're aware, it's a workplace and public smart charging, a multi-unit dwelling, and a DCFC program. Next slide. So the workplace and public smart charging is based on, there was two bases for deciding how many chargers you needed for the workplace and public smart charging. And effectively it was the number of people who may not have home charging, but as you saw, I wrote in the recommended decision, it was unclear how EPE figured that out. But we knew for certain that they looked at this International Energy Agency number and said, there should be one charging port, not station, but port. And as we talked about earlier, DCFCs have 2 ports, and many level 2 charging stations also have 2 ports. So one charging port for every 10 EVs. And we know, of course, that the expectation is by the first quarter of 2024, we're looking at 448 EVs. Thus, we need approximately 45 ports in EPE service territory to meet that standard. Next slide. And so this was, as you saw, I indicated in the recommended decision, Mr. Alan Downs offered testimony in this case about he actually went and visited every single one of the ports or stations and ports that EP identified, and this is what he was able to determine, that there's effectively 6 stations and 14 ports total at this point. So we can effectively cover 140 now, and we've got to be able to get to 448. So there's going to have to be some growth. Next slide, please. And so what we knew, and this is all written in the recommended decision, the city is going to be installing 5 stations or 10 ports in the very near future. That's not contested. The stipulation calls for the rebates for the construction of 8 DCFC stations or 16 ports. And then I recommend in the recommended decision that that actually be doubled for reasons I'll talk about in a bit, but that puts us at 32 ports. And then there's a planned workplace, and the program we're talking about right now, the planned workplace and public smart charging, there's 5 stations or 10 ports. You do the basic math, you end up with 66 ports if you accept the recommended decision by the end of the first quarter of 2024. That's enough to support 660 EVs. That's more than you need technically by that 1 to 10. But when we get to the DCFC discussion, you'll see my basic judgment was to say the DCFC stations are not just for the customers of EP service territory. The whole point of having them in some way, in very big way, is to end range anxiety and to allow people traveling to and from different places in the state to utilize these things, right? So P&M customers are going to be using EPE customer supported DCFC stations and vice versa. So it's not a problem to have twice the number and more than is necessary. And that's the basic thinking underlying what I wrote. So next slide, Sarah. The MUD program, there'll be 8 rebates provided, 5250 to offset 75% of the installation costs of a level 2 charger. They went to 75% because the argument was very sensible that folks who live in MUDs, and many of whom have oftentimes are also low income individuals, have really no control whether the owner of a MUD is going to install these things, right? So if the vehicle owner can't control that, then they're really stuck having to use workplace or other charging, which is not associated with their residence, the multi-unit dwelling. So they wanted to make this as easy as possible for folks to have the installation costs of the level 2 charger. And so they went to 75%. And that was a concession that I think it was a great benefit to the stipulation. And I've written about this in the recommended decision. Hotels were excluded, and the stipulation budget's only $28,000 for the program, but the agreement to provide 8 rebates at 5250 requires at a minimum $42,000 this was the subject of exceptions, and the recommended decision in this case actually recommends that we always budget the minimum amount of money needed for the program costs. So, okay, Sarah, if you could go to the next. So the DCFC chart, right? This is the direct current fast chargers, those or level 3s. This is the gas station looking ones that we talked about. The 8 rebates for 50% of installation costs up to $26,000 per site. So that's basically half the amount of the cost of just the installation, not to include the actual charger itself. And so you can see these things are quite expensive. So the total amount budgeted for 8 of these, which again gets you 16 ports, 2 ports per station, it's $208,000 for 16 of these. So effectively, you go to the next slide, Sarah. You'll double it, but I'll put here, the initial plan was to fill transportation gaps. There was requirements in the EPE's program that says that the DCFC stations installed with TEP money must either be in Las Cruces or Hatch. And we'll see in the next slide or two that that's areas where they had identified transportation gaps. And that was a plan that everyone supported, including Ona Porter, who you saw in the recommended decision, was very happy to see that a rural community like Hatch was going to definitely get some of this money because that also advanced the cause of the TEP statute in supporting low-income communities because there tends to be some connection between rural New Mexico and then low income. So that was a benefit to them, they thought. So you go to the next slide, Sarah. And so here's the map that EPE presented. It's a bit confusing, but effectively it's the transportation gaps that exist in EPE's service territory is Hatch, Las Cruces, and then the Fort Hancock Sierra. Those other transportation gaps that these other arrows point to are outside of EPE's service territory. And again, my judgment in recommending more DCFCs is, you could fill as many of these gaps as possible. I mean, that's not going to be necessarily outside of EPE's service territory, but between Hatch, Las Cruces, and Fort Hancock Sierra, I mean, there's probably more than just a few opportunities to fill these gaps. And I'll note as well that the thought was that each of these sites, these DCFC sites, would effectively have it ends up being, it was confusing. Sarah, go to the next slide. I think this is broken out in the next slide. They want to provide for 8 stations, right? So there will be, and it doesn't say this here, but it might be in the next one. In any case, it's 4 stations per place. So the idea is the initial budget was for 8 stations, but what you're really talking about are 2 sites because each site will have 4 stations. Each station will have 2 ports, 8 ports in 2 places for 16 ports total. That was the stipulation. And so what I said at one point in the RD, and I noted that this was part of the exceptions, was that I said something confusing, which was talking about 2 additional rebates. And what I was saying there basically was that there should be a budget for 4 sites, right? So if you have 4 here, 4 there, and then there could be 4 others, or 2 sets of 4 in different places throughout the state or throughout EPE's service territory. And here's what we basically saw at the hearing. It was confusing because I tried to understand it, but I guess the standardized approach would be to have so many stations at each charging site. And so they want to have 4 at each. So by providing for a total of 16, you're really providing for 4 charging sites is the short answer to that. So I think we can move on. Sarah, we'll go to the next slide. And this is just an example of a 6-station site, right? I'm just showing you a picture. Imagine there being 4 of these. That's what they're after. So next slide. There was intervener in testimony about why would we want to specify where the locations were. And Mr. Wilson was very concerned that restricting the site locations was going to mean less DCFCs were being deployed. DCFC chargers are not only used for long distance travel, and then EV drivers appreciate the fast charge times offered by DCFCs. And this is all written in the recommended decision, but effectively Mr. Wilson's point is, it's not just for range anxiety. The people use these things on a regular basis. And then, Ms. LaRocca testified in this case as well, and it's noted in the recommended decision that there's, the agreement to allow rebates for DCFC stations anywhere in EPE's service territory rather than Hatch and Las Cruces was a concern. So the point of this writing was really, at the end of the day, you shouldn't be restricted to just having a DCFCs in Hatch and Las Cruces. We could have them elsewhere, and that'd be beneficial. So why not just allow for both circumstances? And next slide, Sarah. And again, this is just some of the thinking that I used to EVs do not belong to one service territory. The DCFC charges EP install are used for EP's customers more widely. So next slide, Sarah. And the recommended decision that says that basically we don't have to choose between the two options. EP can just do both. And that's the writing here. I won't sort of need to summarize all this. We go to the next slide, Sarah. And so the final DCFC budget I've proposed is basically 16 stations plus the 15% cushion, which comes to 478.4. So that's a big increase, unquestionably, doubling of that money. But I think it's a worthwhile investment, and that's that. So next slide, Sarah. The EMV chip issue. This comes from EPE's plan, right? And it's important to understand this just because it's been a big issue for all these cases. We've heard folks come and make public comment at the commission. The TEP plan specifies that if the site host of a DCFC charger will impose a fee for use of the charger, then eligibility for the DCFC rebate is conditioned upon the site host ensuring that charger has at a minimum a MasterCard, Europay, Visa chip reader, right? That's where the requirement comes from. All we're talking about when we talk about EMV chip readers is the DCFC stations that charge a fee. This doesn't affect level 2s. This doesn't affect the workplace charging really, because those aren't DCFC stations, those are all level 2 stations. So it's a relatively discrete issue, but a significant one, obviously, and it's engendered a lot of discussion. So next slide, Sarah. So I just thought I would give you a picture to make sure we're all on the same page. I've wrote about this extensively in the RD. That golden thing there is the EMV chip. That's what we're talking about when we talk about EMV. This, what we're looking at, is a magnetic stripe. An EMV chip is not in a magnetic stripe, just to be very clear. The magnetic stripe is an outdated technology that does not provide adequate consumer fraud protection, right? So these are not encrypted transactions. You do not want to have chargers with or charging stations with magnetic stripes that take these cards. I mean, even if people still have them, the risk of fraud is pretty significant, as we'll see in a second. So you can go to the next slide, Sarah. So, and then the next technology to be aware of is contactless credit cards. This is the near field technology. If you have a credit card with that 4-bar Wi-Fi looking thing, that is a separate item on a credit card. It's the EMV chip and the near field technology are different. There's actually embedded RFID chip in that actual credit card, and it can communicate with that device by never being inserted inside of it. There's an actual transponder inside of the credit card reader that activates the chip inside the credit card, and that's what allows the communication. And the concept with contactless credit cards, of course, you're never putting your card into something, and you knock out all of the fraud or the stealing that can be associated with putting your card into something. So next slide, Sarah. So these are skimmers. I've written about this in the recommended decision. I think one picture shows you more than what you'd want to know, or like much more about that you literally put something on top of the credit card machine to steal the information from the credit card. And these things are used to basically take the information from either an EMV chip or a magnetic stripe. Or excuse me, this one's actually just really for the magnetic stripe, the skimming device. And so I actually had my own credit card information stolen. I'm using an ATM here in Santa Fe at one time. It's a real legitimate concern. Fraudsters are everywhere, and you can see these devices. Unless you're a very savvy consumer, you will never know that you've basically just had your information stolen. So the next slide. This is a shimming device. This is where the EMV chip is susceptible to fraud. This actually sits inside the slot of the credit card insert. And what you're looking at is basically a microchip that then records your EMV chip. The recommended decision points this out, that you can't reproduce an EMV chip credit card. Apparently, it's just too technologically difficult, but you can steal the EMV chip information embedded on a magnetic stripe card and then go commit fraud. So shimming and skimming are a real issue, and it's a problem. Next slide, Sarah. So this gets into ChargePoint's jurisdictional arguments. We've heard this before, that basically the commission can't regulate site hosts. My answer to this is that EPE is asking the commission to approve its proposal to require readers to have EMV chips. EPE is asking that. We're not telling the site host to do anything. We're just telling what EPE can do. And that the mere fact that commission policy determinations have downstream consequences is not in itself grounds to support the conclusion that the commission's power has been incorrectly exercised. Next slide, Sarah. There was additional evidence produced in this case about EMV chips and the basis for my determination. Effectively, Ms. Souls pointed out correctly, the technology is very widespread. That long quote there, which I won't read, points that out. And then the California Air Resource Board, which is a legal entity that we can look to for guidance on policy matter decisions, they effectively said the EMV chip is effectively the standard at the moment. And for that reason, in their regulations, and as you saw written in the recommended decision, you can rely on that and the facts upon they're obviously basing that decision on facts, and that is a perfectly legitimate legal source to support the determination by the commission, as it already has in the SBS case. Well, I shouldn't say that because we haven't made the determination. There is authority that supports the conclusion that EMV chips are the standard and should be the basis for what is installed. And they'll change in the future. So you can go to the next slide, Sarah. I think that's what comes next. If you're going to do it now, the basic point to remember in all of this for the EMV chip stuff is it's just one phase in technology. If technology changes, these stations should change with it. This is what all the evidence that I've seen indicated, and the California Air Resource Board made that very clear. So if we move into a world where credit cards no longer exist, we want to be moving with that world. And how would you do credit card transactions? Well, you'd have digital wallets, retina scanning, and all this kind of stuff, but that's the future. So next slide, Sarah. Public transit operators and large customer fleets. Basically, this is a relatively straightforward matter. One rebate for 50% of installation costs up to $26,000 for a DCFC station with $37,000 in service upgrades, and then 2 rebates for level 2 chargers. The total program cost is $96,000. That's I've not changed that, just added the 15% in. So if the next slide, Sarah. The outreach, this is a big area, and I know Commissioner Fishman was concerned about this. So the testimony in this case, and it's written in the RD, is the number one step here is customer outreach. EPE agrees that it needs to educate its customers and engage with them and to improve the understanding and awareness of the benefits of electric vehicles. And she explained, and this is written in the recommended decision, all the rebates available, many rebates could be made available, but if a person doesn't even want to consider them or understand the benefits, they're not going to take advantage of these rebates. I think those are perfectly good points. And if you look at the total budget of the stipulation outreach, $37,000 of a $500,000, $568,000 program, it comes out to about 6.5%. 6.5% does not strike me as a number one priority. That strikes me more as an afterthought. So the large increase in the outreach budget that I've recommended reflects the fact that we are in very early stages of the penetration of EVs down into EP service territory. And there was testimony in the case that talked about reluctance even by members of the city of Las Cruces employees, I should say employees of the city of Las Cruces, resisting being provided EVs. Ms. LaRock explained that she has to sort of drag people kicking and screaming to drive EVs, even when they're provided to these individuals for free at no charge to themselves. So that would give you some indication the type of groundwork that needs to be done so that in the future, as people are more amenable to this technology, that it will take on quickly. And I guess I just want to emphasize that I don't think there can be any poorly spent money on outreach. It's 100% necessary to convince people that this isn't just a trend, I think, that this is a future. And if we're serious about that, and the legislature has already told us we have to be, because we're supposed to be expanding electrification transportation, there's a lot of marketing that needs to be done. And then the next obvious question is, well, you know, you don't specify in your recommended decision, how should the outreach money be spent? And I have to acknowledge that. And my answer to the question, I think, is ultimately, if the commission wanted me to give a concrete recommendation, you can do the things that EPE has already agreed to do, which is advertising, marketing on Facebook and radios and newspapers. But what the creative solutions to these things are and where money really gets spent wisely. I mean, Prosperity Works indicated that working with low-income community members, organizations that serve low-income communities can be really positive because low-income communities trust these people. So that's this was talked about in some of the exceptions. The other option is to do anything that PNMS and SBS have already agreed to do for purposes of marketing and outreach, that EP could be allowed to do that as well. And then if the commission wants to sort of think about this more, I mean, you could ask the parties to come back together and come up with a plan, because these people have more knowledge about how to effectively roll out a program than I do, right? Like, how do you convince the population down there that this is a really good idea? I'm not qualified to answer that question, frankly.
Christopher,
Yeah.
Just a couple of things here real quickly. One, did Ms. LaRoque give you any kind of input on what happened with folks who were resisting getting an electric city vehicle? What happened after they got one?
I mean, her position was like, what she said at the hearing was, I just want to put a person into one of these things and let them drive it. And to see that this isn't some radical, crazy concept, but it in fact actually is exactly what you're accustomed to, but more efficient and better for us all. And I think that's what I took away from her testimony, was that if she could get people into these cars and let them like get rid of these thoughts that maybe EVs are something only for a particular category of person, that they would embrace it very quickly. And we saw a testimony too from other parties in this case about the value of public demonstrations. You take an EV to a place and you let people drive around in it, right? And if you have a high-end EV like a Tesla or something, I mean, I know this only, it's not necessarily in the record, but maybe you all know this as well. I mean, these vehicles have incredible torque. They are incredibly fast vehicles. I don't think people think that there are these tree hugger cars, but they are the supercars of the future. So I think that's part of the program.
I talked to Russell about the idea of incorporating into our decision a requirement that with the increased budget, that EPE come back to us with a new proposed budget in, say, 3 months for exactly these kinds of activities and for, you know, getting test drives out there, getting, you know, people exposed to these vehicles. Do you see any downsides to that?
I mean, so and if the concept is, Commissioner Fishman, that you're asking EPE to return to us to make sure that the money is being wisely spent in this larger outreach budget, yes, I think that's a valuable path forward. But I think more than anything, what'd be even more valuable would be for EPE to continue listening to the advocates and interveners in this case about what do you get, what's the most bang for our buck here?
Yeah.
And
so that could be part of what we ask for, I guess.
Yeah.
But going forward, because their effort was so anemic and just didn't seem to understand how to address this issue to move forward in getting our policy objectives done. They just seem to kind of whiff on it.
And I'll just say, for the purposes of fullness to the record, I mean, Ms. Arizpe, who was the proponent of the TEP plan, she's sort of the coordinator of all of this. Her answer was, and I wrote about this in the recommended decision, well, EPE is not including internal man hours. But what's also not said in the course of their like I think with P&Ms, I listened to all of these, I read all the testimonies in most of these cases, or at least the TEP plans anyway. P&M has a full-time employee dedicated to these things. It was not my understanding that EP was going to have a full-time employee whose job it was to singularly see the advancement of the TEP fund. And I'm not necessarily sure that that's the answer. I'm just saying, like, yes, we want to be efficient and use money and don't waste it and don't throw money at stuff uselessly. But at the same time, you need to market this. People need to buy in. And I want to speak for a moment as to, you know, Commissioner Maestas asked a whole series of bench questions, and many of them were very good in this case, in all the cases actually. And one of them was about, you know, the greenhouse gas emissions question, and to the extent to which, what should that be doing in terms of our thinking about these programs? And what I learned at the hearing, and this came from the sustainability officer, was effectively the question about the long-term benefits of this transportation electrification developments and greenhouse gas emissions are really separate questions. And it's like, I know people don't want to do that, but the way how people are going to buy in isn't always necessarily through convincing them that greenhouse gas emissions are going to be, you know, very problematic if we don't move aggressively. There may be other things that people need to hear about how do you get them to join in, right? And that was an important moment of realization for me, and perhaps, you know, for folks out there in the world who aren't necessarily as focused on greenhouse gas emissions, there's other very good reasons why they might buy an EV in the future.
So if we approve and ask for a marketing program to be detailed in 3 months, your recommendation would be that we specify that stakeholders be involved with EPE in developing that program. Is that a good way to put it?
Yes, and again, my reasons for saying that is because this is very much a work in progress, as you saw from the many objections that came in this case. I mean, this was a massive pile of work, just working through all the different perspectives. Nobody has a solid grasp on what needs to be happening in southern New Mexico. And, you know, I read a lot of these other studies that come out in other cases, and, you know, E3 stuff, and like studies about EVs in coastal affluent places. We're not dealing with coastal affluent places here. This is Doña Ana County, New Mexico. And in many ways, this is a really fascinating social movement that the more data we can get about how do you convince the buy-in, the better this commission will be positioned.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that's outreach. Sarah, if you can go ahead. We've talked about this, you know, some of the slides, perhaps. Sarah, you can move on. We talked about the amount. This is what the 6.5% of the budget based on the stipulation, which I've said it seems pretty small. The next slide, please. And so this was the testimony that we received, the critique. You know, the proposed outreach as it was nothing more than advertising. And that's, in her mind, not amount to an outreach program, right? And, you know, my recommendation is for 250, going down to Mr. Madsen's recommendation in this case. I mean, he was talking about a budget of $500,000, so double what I've recommended to the commission. So, and on some level, I'm just trying to find some middle ground that everybody can buy into. And I was happy reading some of the stuff that I think I've reached that place, but, you know, everyone's going to have different opinions. So we can go to the next slide. Rate 42, now moving on to the rates, and we're nearing completion, just in case you're wondering. I won't take too much of your time, but I mean, I find this stuff all very fascinating. So this was approved in the rate case that you all recently presided over, 20-00104. Basically, you're looking at the customer charge, and then the experimental electric vehicle rate is for people who have a designated charger specifically for an EV. All you're doing is plugging into your car, and this meter only captures that. And so this is one rate that exists right now in part of this program. All right, so then the next slide, please, Sarah. So rate 45 is the whole home electric vehicle incentive credit. And this provides an incentive in the form of a credit to all energy usage during the super off-peak hours. So effectively everything in your house of energy use from midnight to 8 a.m. gets this credit. The credit then is applied to your monthly bill. The basic idea is that you're paying a lower net rate for all energy consumed in your household from midnight to 8 a.m. So next slide, Sarah. EP did not oppose the hearing examiner's recommendation that the stipulation be approved only if the incentive credits for class 1 and 3 are set at 0.0470. And so this slide, I really should say, for all the classes, you will see in the writing that I gave, EPE, or I provided in the recommended decision, EPE basically set the incentive credit for the midnight to 8 a.m. hours so that if the rate classes who can participate, that is 1, 3, standard and alternate, like, no, excuse me, 3, standard, 4, and 7 were all getting passed through costs for the cost of energy, the unit cost for the super off-peak period. Classes 1 and 3, I'm pretty sure it was standard. I might be mixing them up. In any event, they wanted to give a slightly lower credit, which didn't result in the pass-through. And the recommended decision says, no, you guys haven't proved that that's necessary. So effectively, give these other rate classes 1 and 3 alternative, the pass-through cost. And EP didn't fight that. So I was happy to see that I don't believe I erred when I said that they hadn't established it. So
classes 1 and 3 are what? Can you describe?
Residential is 1, and then class 3 is pretty sure it's I apologize, I can't do it off the top of my head. I want to say it's intermediate service, but I could be wrong about that, Commissioner Fishman. I apologize, I don't know that off the top of my head.
So this slide is telling us that there's going to be a charge of 4.7 cents per kilowatt hour for charging during that midnight.
No. So that's this is where it gets a little confusing, because what the question is there's the question of the credit, and then there's the question of what does the credit do to your net billing rate. And so the higher the credit, the lower the net billing rate, right?
So this is the credit.
Yeah, so EPA wanted to keep the credit below these amounts for these 2 classes. And they had an explanation for this. They said it has to do with their incremental generation cost. And this is all explained in detail in the recommended decision. But I could not find evidence in the record that established why these rate classes should be treated differently than the way EPE did for the other rate classes. And it was, they're all technically treated the same, but as to these 2, they had limiting functions. And I said, no, there was no evidence submitted to support that. And again, I didn't get an exception on that, and EP didn't fight it. So in fairness to EP, what I will say, I think this case was being litigated at the same time the final order in the rate case was coming out. And so there was, I believe, some wire crossing, and there was reliance on the documents in the rate case to support stuff here. It was very, I don't want to say chaotic because that sounds like a judgment, but they were trying as best they could to do this, I think. And in the end, maybe something just fell through the cracks.
Right. So the net cost was what we saw on the prior slide.
Well, we can go back, Sarah. I think I actually have the, I don't know if I put the net cost here. So Sarah, if you could go forward to see what the next slide is. No, I didn't put the net cost down, Commissioner Fishman, because it was too complicated. They didn't provide a nice little chart like that. The chart that EP did supply was it referred back to the initial proposed credits. Effectively, what the commission can know based on what happened in the hearing was that all of the rate classes who are eligible to participate in rate 45 for purposes of summer peak hours are going to pay EP's unit costs, which is the same thing as saying EPE's cost of producing the energy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that clear enough? I mean, effectively,
yeah, I get it.
That's the lowest it can really be. I mean,
yep.
I mean, I think everyone support. The only objection was to those 2 classes where they didn't want to do that, and I said there was not sufficient evidence for you to make that move, and the EPE hasn't fought that.
Okay.
The cost rider, we've talked about this earlier. deferred collection methodology. Program expenses in the first year goes into a regulatory asset. It's only in the second year you begin collecting the money from ratepayers. What you've done is basically you're going to be able to just collect costs actually expended, which is beneficial. It was a suggestion by the city and EP accepted it and the stipulation accepted it. So that's beneficial. The next slide, Sarah. And then the reporting mechanisms you saw, I actually suggested there be a significant more amount of reporting. Usage of rate 42 and 45. Actually, the usage for rate 42 comes from the rate case. They're obligated to do that anyway. I recommended that we be doing the same thing for rate 45. The stipulating parties haven't opposed that. EPE didn't oppose that. EV adoption rates, load shifting, and it's not just this particular item. I didn't break it all out. It's too much to present on a slide. But I really suggested there be robust reporting mechanisms, way more than the 3 items that were recommended in the stipulation. And as I said to you in the beginning of this presentation, that's because we need to get data, and EP is going to get it, and then they need to share it with us. And I believe that's the last slide, Sarah, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So that's my presentation.
So commissioners, any questions, comments, thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Hall, you're here.
Yeah, I just joined you a little while ago. I just wanted to say I really appreciate the quality and the thought put into this recommended decision. I think the changes recommended by the hearing examiner were spot on, and I just really appreciate it. It was well written and very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your thoughtfulness on this, and thank you for putting together that presentation. It really crystallizes a lot of the stuff that you get reading through a long RD. It really crystallizes the points and what's happening. So just outstanding work. I really, really, really appreciate it. And it's a real service to the commission. So I'm going to ask commissioners how they'd like to proceed after this. Do we want to hear exceptions and potentially move on to a vote? Or given that we received Russell's stuff fairly late, do we want to put that off till next week?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
I'd like to proceed. However, I've read the memo from Russell. So I would just simply suggest having Russell provide a brief summary of the order with the assumption that we have looked at all the exceptions. That'd be my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Other commissioners? Any thoughts on that?
Mr.
I'm in
Chair.
agreement with Commissioner Maestas.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Byrd, I didn't quite hear you.
I said I was in agreement with Commissioner Maestas.
Oh, okay, terrific. Commissioner Hall, you were going to speak?
Well, I was just going to say I wouldn't mind putting it off till next week, but I'll go along with what other people say. I do want to hear what Russell has to say. I didn't see his comments until recently, this morning or something. Of course, I was kind of out of pocket yesterday, so maybe that was the problem.
Yeah, just as a reminder, Commissioner Hall had surgery yesterday and she's sounding a little slow.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's part of the reason.
And
well,
so
anyhow, you didn't have much of an opportunity to look at this, so.
Yeah. But in any case, I can go along with it either way. I give a very good presentation and very well written recommendation. So that's it.
Okay, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar? Are you ready to go
Yes,
forward on this today?
Yes, I think we are prepared for that. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. So with that, let's, Russell, give us your presentation. But it sounds like, I know I've read all the exceptions. So I'm on board with Commissioner Maestas's proposal. So if you could present the RD, that would be terrific, or present your order, excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. As I said before Christopher made his presentation, my proposed order would fully adopt the certification, the corrected certification of stipulation. As I noted in my memo, and I think other people have noted as well, the hearing examiner really did a great job of taking what Mr. Chair, as you call it, an anemic proposed plan and boosting it to something more robust, more in line with the goals of the TEP Act, the Transportation Electrification Statute, excuse me. And so I think that it should be fully adopted. I don't know if I guess the idea was for me to go through these exceptions and my responses to them very quickly, which I can. The whole order is really about the exceptions. So I don't take that instruction as being that I'm supposed to skip exceptions, because that's really what the whole order is about. So I'll just do a very quick discussion of the exceptions. First, I'll discuss staff's exceptions. Staff takes exception to, quote unquote, the significant overall budget increase recommended in the, I'll call it the CCS, that's the corrected certification of stipulation, and the resultant changes to budget components. Staff states that the CCS proposes to more than double the previously agreed to overall budget. They consider the stipulation without modifications to be the more reasonable and prudent approach. And they staff also raises in some detail the policies favoring stipulations to defend the stipulation as it originally was written, as opposed to the modified stipulation that is the stipulation recommended and approved, recommended for approval in the CCS. The order would reject staff's exceptions. The commission, it would first address the hearing examiner's decision to, instead of accepting one of the modification mechanisms that was specified in the original stipulation, it would accept one and not the other. And I don't recall if Christopher went through these modifications, but they're in the unmodified stipulation. The initial stipulation, there were two modification mechanisms, ways that that EPE could modify the budgets if need be, based on events as they unfold. One of them was a 15% cushion that could be applied to any or all of the programs within the plan at the discretion of EPE. The other one was that when any program reaches 75% of its budget, whether because of more greater than expected demand or cost overruns or both, the EP is required to come in before the commission for a budget modification proceeding. The modified stipulation would keep the 75% modification mechanism. But with regard to the 15% optional cushion for each program, the hearing examiner, I think, made the very reasonable decision. Well, why not just add the cushion to each of the budgets? Why make it an option for EP? Why, if the cushion is what's needed, is reasonable, and it is, then just add it to the budget. A cushion usually is added to a budget itself, a little extra room above the projections. It makes sense to me. staff didn't really have any particular argument for against the change. They really just bring up the notion over and over that the original stipulation should be respected by the commission and by the hearing examiner because it was a stipulation, which is not a very convincing argument when there are some clear flaws in the original stipulation. This is a difference. This is one where the order that I've written would say there isn't any great difference between the 15% cushion, placing it in the actual budget, and giving EP the option to raise the budget at some point in the future. But I said it makes more sense to just make it clearly part of the budget. There are no drawbacks to doing that, and it just removes the element of mystery or uncertainty as to whether EP will raise a budget. Just raise the budget by 15%. Just include it. That's what a cushion should be. There was concern raised in the record that that would result by increasing the budget itself. That would result in more costs being passed through the rider. But as Christopher said, the rider doesn't pass through the entire budget. It passes through costs as they're incurred. So it has nothing to do with the actual upper limit on the budget, the total size of the budget. So there's really no drawback, and it's just clear. It makes more sense to include the cushion right in the budget itself for each of the programs. And as I said, the 75% modification mechanism would be retained under the recommendation of the hearing examiner. Let me just try to move through this quickly. The order would go on to say that there are deficiencies, there are clear deficiencies in the stipulation as unmodified. One of them was that, as Christopher pointed out, it was outdated. It used projections that only went into, I think, 2022, when it was clear that, or early 2023, when it's clear to everyone, all the parties at the time of the stipulation, that the plan was going to be implemented later and would include and should include projections going into late 2023, early 2024. But the stipulation didn't do that, even though it was clear that this information was outdated, essentially. Whereas the modifications correct that. And another problem with the initial stipulation was that it included a certain number of DCF chargers, level 2 chargers, this and that for each program. And then for some of the programs, included a budget, an initial budget that wouldn't even cover what the stipulation was, the program the stipulation described, which to me seems simply ridiculous. With regard to both of those issues, staff acknowledged that there were that the stipulation's numbers were essentially wrong to that extent. But they said, well, just wait for the EP can come in and do modifications under the modification mechanisms to fix those. And this order would say, why would we wait? Why should the commission wait to correct deficiencies that are clear now, that are not even controversial? They're clear deficiencies now. Why would we wait for the future to correct those? Correct them now. And the hearing examiner did a great job of just taking the formulas for taking the projections and projecting them out a little further into the future, and then taking those numbers and using the same formulas that EP had used to translate the projections for, say, EV vehicles within the EPE's territory into a corresponding budget increase. So the order would reject staff's exception on those bases, that the stipulation had serious problems, that the modifications corrected the modifications that resulted in the modified stipulation corrected those problems.
Okay, I'm going to push you along to try to move a little quicker.
Yeah, okay, I'll go faster then.
Okay, thanks.
And the other thing I noticed that staff is emphasizing the policy in favor of stipulations, but they're the only holdout to the modified stipulation. All five of the six parties to the original stipulation agreed to these modifications. So staff is essentially the only one that's a holdout, and yet is championing supposedly the policy of reaching agreement and respecting agreement. So next
Just
on
real
to-
quick, I want to applaud Christopher for taking the initiative to improve the stipulation in that, that I think it's really important that a hearing examiner, when they see flaws, feels that they can do that. And thank you, Christopher, for doing that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to say that as well. It's a breath of fresh air to see some, real initiative taken. Of course, other hearing examiners do that on occasion, but in this context, in these new plans, I really appreciated it. I thought that was a step that was just well taken and needed. So thank you. Thank you very much, hearing examiner Ryan, for that.
Thank you.
So continuing to charge points exception, I think the commission is familiar with charge points, arguments against EMV, including EMV chip readers in their chargers for this is again, as Christopher said, these DCFC, the larger, more powerful chargers that would be hosted on sort of public gas station like sites. ChargePoint brings up the same skimming issue, or the shimming issue. Excuse me, shimming is the issue that the fraud issue that applies to EMV chips, et cetera. They bring up reliability issues that they say when there's bad weather. They prefer the various other payment technologies that they already use, such as Apple Pay and Google Pay. And when it comes to actually using a credit card at the site, the contactless technology that Christopher described. Let's see, the joint respondents, as I mentioned, the parties to the joint movements of the motion to respond, raised that they said that replicating what ChargePoint has done before is not sufficient, because ChargePoint has been serving early adopters. And the purpose of this plan is to get the general public interested in using EV technologies and driving electric vehicles. So ChargePoint can't just rely on its own success with early adopters, because this point of this plan is to go beyond early adopters. So the commission, the proposed order would reject ChargePoint's exception and would approve the requirement that for these DCFC chargers that charge a fee and are funded with TEP funds, that EMV chip reading technology must be included. It would note that what the hearing examiner noted as the most important consideration when it comes to what sort of payment technology should be required is that the consideration of customer outreach and customer access, which are both things that are mentioned in the statutes being very important, meeting the public where it is today. This is the standard technology that's used for all kinds of payments. So it should be the standard technology. It should be the technology that's included on these chargers, because this is, again, a plan to reach out to the general public. This does not say anything about magnetic strips. Those weren't really discussed in the record, except ChargePoint made comments against them. So this does not include magnetic strips. It would just be EMV chip technology that would be required. All right, so now the third and final accepting party is the city of Las Cruces, and they filed 8 exceptions. I'll try to get through these relatively quickly. City first takes exception to the overall increase in the budget, saying they're not based in evidence and that this is done without proper notice and due process. And just to quickly respond, there's plenty of evidence in the record to support the budget expansions that the hearing examiner undertook. Like I said, much of it was just to update the projections. In other words, he was using the projections, about a year out further than what had been provided by EPE. Makes perfect sense, and he used the same sort of projections and formulas that were used by EPE in its original proposal. Also, just requiring that the stipulation that the program budgets actually cover the programs that are described, unlike the original stipulation. These are obvious things to do, and they were discussed. And what's a little odd is that parties like the city, from the beginning, criticized EPE's proposal as being anemic or too weak or too small. And so it's a little odd that they now say there's no basis in the record to make these increases in the budgets. So this would reject the proposal to reject that exception. The second exception objects to the results of the budget modification. Let's see what I said. Let's see. Remember how this one is different. Oh, what the city is objecting to here is that this will, by increasing the budgets by 15% up front, this will delay the time at which EPE will be coming in for review and increasing budgets under the 75% mechanism. This is an odd argument. What the proposed order would say is, it's not clear if the city is objecting to the hearing examiner's recommendation to accept the requirement for commission review at 75%. It was preferred to see it rejected. In other words, reject that mechanism that was already in the stipulation, or is objecting only to the lack of procedural specifications for the review, because that's also raised by the in that exception. This order would just say the commission finds that the 75% modification mechanism is a reasonable one. It lacks only a procedure. This order would decline to adopt a procedure, stating that the adoption of particular procedural requirements is best left for the planned rulemaking. It's something that will, apply. Whatever this procedure will be, it will apply to all of the utilities. So it should be done in rulemaking. It gives, there's a little guidance given that if there is a budget modification request filed before a rule specifying a procedure is adopted, then the general type of motion proceeding without a hearing requirement that's employed in energy efficiency cases to modify those budgets is a reasonable interim approach. And it was already discussed in the record by the parties. So the third exception is about the customer outreach program budget. As you heard Christopher say, he raised that from 37,000, the budget for outreach, to 250,000. And the city argues that that's been that the only evidence supporting it is extrapolated from SPS's requested budget, not from evidence about EPE's TEP. And the response to that would be in the order to reject the city's exception. The order says, faced with an outreach plan and budget that are woefully inadequate, the hearing examiner provides recommendations that recognize the inadequacy and recognize the urgency of the need for extensive outreach, noting that EPE has the territory within the state that probably needs outreach the most. There's the least, seems to be the least knowledge about EV technologies, and also the least interest in and least number of EV electric vehicles in the per capita in that territory. So outreach is needed there more than ever. And of course, that's the initial plan is where outreach efforts should be great. The order would also say that there's absolutely nothing wrong with looking at the other IOUs, the other investor-owned utilities, TEPs. It would note that none of the IOUs has a history of its own with a program to look at. Instead, all of these IOUs are facing the same statutory requirements, the same considerations, and they're all facing them at the same time. So this is not only not unreasonable to do it, to look to your other plans, but you really should, for additional information and approaches as well. And of course, the plans can draw from more general knowledge from academia, from government entities, et cetera. So I'll go to the fourth exception. The city takes exception to Christopher's recommendation to double the number of DCFC public charging stations from 8 to 16. You've heard the detail about that. This order would reject the fourth exception, finding that the hearing examiner's recommendation is well taken as it reasonably addresses a significant issue acknowledged in the record with a technology that seems to be the only one proposed by any party to address the issue. So the city raises level 2 technology as a possibility for these are those public charging stations that are supposed to support transportation corridors. It doesn't seem that level 2 technology would accomplish the same goals, and the city hasn't bothered to provide an explanation. So they haven't really raised an exception that raised any questions as to any significant question as to the hearing examiner's recommendation. One thing, and I actually would like to ask Christopher if I got this right, my understanding, the city raised the initial requirement that was in the proposal by EP that Hatch and Las Cruces would each have received rebates for these chargers. My understanding was when in the hearing examiner's modification that it was left to EPE whether 2 of the charger rebates would be dedicated to Hatch and Las Cruces. And then listening today, I'm not sure if that's correct. I remember that Christopher said they could do both things, but I guess I understood it as being optional whether any of them would be in Hatch and Las Cruces. Christopher, I don't know if you can clarify.
Yeah, thank you, Russell.
Maybe...
Sure, no, so that was my intention, and my apologies if it wasn't clear enough in the recommended decision. So the idea was that, initially the interveners celebrated the fact that you were filling transportation gaps and assuring by putting them in Las Cruces and Hatch, and by providing a low-income community or rural low-income community like Hatch, the DCFC chargers. And so then the question was then they had a fight about, well, we don't want to limit them from anywhere else. And my reasoning was, well, just do both things. Provide for more rebates, ensure that there are Las Cruces and Hatches covered, and then have additional rebates available from wherever there may be interest. And again, you're having to rely on site hosts to come forward and demand these things. But at the very least, my point was to, yes, Las Cruces and Hatch, and then 2 more from wherever demand happens to originate.
Okay, then I need to modify my recommended decision, or my order, because I said that it was left to EPE the decision as to whether the 2 of the DCFC charger rebates would be dedicated to Hatch and Las Cruces, but under the certification, there would be 2 dedicated. So I'll just correct that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Russell. Apologize.
It may be me as well. I was reading it pretty late at night. So I'll just change that. So commissioners, the proposed order will be changed to recognize that it does require those 2 Hatch and Las Cruces to receive one of each one to receive 1 rebate. So, okay. Almost done. I will quickly get through the rest of this. The 5th exception is that the city contends that contrary to the intent of the CCS, the certification, the language of the modified stipulation, which is a document that was included separately in the docket, imposes fixed numerical caps on the number of participants in each rebate program. The city argues that with the exception of the fixed $500 rebate for non-low income residential customers, the rebate programs are described in terms of the maximum available rebate depending on the customer's installation costs. The city argues that the budgeted amounts are based on those maximum levels multiplied by a projected or targeted number. And the city is saying that that's contrary to the intent of the CCS. The order would reject that exception, stating that the hearing examiner squarely addressed this issue in response to the suggestion by Ms. Souls and Mr. Simpson that instead of fixing a budget for a certain number of rebates at a fixed cost, the better approach would be to eliminate from the stipulation any specific budget provisions for program rebates and instead create fixed budgets only for customer outreach and administration. In other words, say the number the rebates will be unlimited. There will be no limit on the budget for any particular type of rebate. There'll be unlimited rebates, as many as demand requires. The hearing examiner had rejected that very clearly in the CCS, saying it's unclear whether the EP can be given an unlimited budget for rebates, even if that is desirable. So I think that answers the perceived difference by the city between the modified stipulation and the CCS, which would approve that. Okay, the sixth exception. Only 3 more to go. The city contends that the CCS does not address paragraph 1.3.6 of the modified stipulation, which finds that additional administrative costs associated with eliminating certain upfront costs, making rebates immediate, would be included in the program budgets. We're talking about an increase here from $3,000 to $6,000. This exception is, I think, pushing a little to begin with, but the response would be maybe a little bit curt. It says it's quite clear that the increased processing costs fall within the administrative budget, just as the original $3,000 amount did. It is quite clear that no costs are being shifted from one budget to another. It is inconceivable how this simple, small increase in the administrative budget could be construed as anything other than a simple, small increase in the administrative budget. You may hear a little frustration there, but I really do think this exception borders on the frivolous. It's obvious what the hearing examiner is doing there. The seventh exception, the city takes exception to the increase in the modifications to EP's requested amount for a budget to purchase New Mexico EV registration data from $20,000 to $30,000 based on the extended duration of the stipulated plan versus the proposed plan. The city argues that the certification incorrectly assumes that the data is available for purchase, but not publicly and for free. The city contends that EP, in fact, proposed to purchase that information from a private source. City asked the commission to condition EP's expenditures for EV registration data under the terms of certification on the unavailability of such information from the MVD. In other words, look into whether it actually is available for free from the MVD before you go ahead and increase this budget, which might not have been needed in the first place. The order would reject that exception. It says to the extent that the hearing examiner may have misidentified the source of the information as being MVD versus this private source the EP was actually using, it is clear that the hearing examiner's intent was simply to increase the budget for the particular purpose. And then the final exception, the eighth exception, the city commends the CCS for rejecting. I'm not even going to go on the details. The city argues that the certification misinterprets the recommended decision and final order in another commission case, 20-00104 UT, and attributes the derivation of these certain credits to an EP rate design that the commission rejected in that case. The city claims that the record should be clarified in this case for future proceedings because EP has appealed that issue in the rate case. This is how the order would respond. Would reject the exception, saying that what the city describes is not of sufficient significance to be raised as an exception. Assuming for the sake of argument that every statement the city makes in its exception is true, the issue is one of no import for the present matter. How another commission case is described in this CCS and how that might affect an appeal of the other case is not sufficient to raise an exception. In the appeal, they'll look directly at the case if it's relevant. They won't look to the commission's gloss on the case here. It might be mentioned, but it's not worth. This is not something that rises to the level of an exception for this case. And I think we do need to send a message that there's a cutoff for what's important enough to raise as exception. Certainly, something that has no impact on the present case is not a valid exception. So with that, I will take any questions.
Excuse me, I was on mute. I think you've done a great job of answering all the questions. And I know, Russell, you and I had discussed the idea of putting in a requirement in the order for EPE to come back in 3 months with a more detailed marketing program. And then as we discussed with Christopher, the idea that they should be consulting with the stakeholders and coming back with that more detailed marketing program. I was so disappointed in how anemic it was that I think it's really important that we have a little bit of oversight to be sure that we don't, that the marketing budget going forward is not handled in a lazy way. I think we need a little more oversight to be sure that something is put together that everyone feels achieves the purpose. So anyway, that was one thing that you and I had discussed, Russell. Is that in the order, or this would be an amendment to the order?
Mr. Chair, this would be an amendment to the order. The proposed order simply rejects all exceptions and doesn't depart in any way from this certification. But that what you're proposing, Mr. Chair, makes perfect sense. With a greatly increased budget, the commission, could very reasonably want to see a detailed plan as to how that expanded budget is already spent. So it's something I could easily add.
So I'm going to throw out that potential amendment for discussion. Any thoughts from folks? Yay, nay? Anyone that would object to it?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think I would support it if you could just restate it to clarify what it says.
We would condition approval on EPE coming back in 3 months with a detailed marketing plan utilizing the $250,000 budget developed in consultation with interveners in the case.
Okay, I'll support that. Yeah, it's a very good idea.
Any other commissioner yays or nays on that?
I'm okay with that. I can support that.
Okay, so then I will make a motion for that amendment. Russell, did you catch the wording there?
Yes, I'm clear on that. 3 months for EP to come in with a detailed plan as to how the expanded outreach budget would be spent, and they must consult with the interveners. Christopher had mentioned also with outreach, was it outreach groups that were mentioned? I don't know if I just want to make sure that we didn't miss anything, or I didn't miss anything there. As someone to consult with as to how to accomplish outreach in a detailed way. I thought I heard that, but I'm not sure.
So I'll just respond real quickly. I mean, what I said earlier was the intervener Prosperity Works had suggested one way to do this is to incorporate organizations that are working with low-income populations. But I think if the language is general enough that the intervener's input should be helping to guide EPE in creating the budget, that'll capture that consideration.
Okay, I've got it. That makes sense.
Ona Porter will not be shy about putting forward with a consult with her.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, Mike, would you please take a vote? This is just on the amendment.
Commissioner Byrd,
Pass.
I'm sorry, what was the vote?
Pass.
Pass. Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. And then with that, we've got the entire order as amended. Do I have a motion on that one?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the order.
Okay, do we have a second? Silence, I will second. And any further discussion? Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
and last but not least, Commissioner Byrd.
No.
The order passes 4-1.
Okay, terrific. Commissioner Byrd, I always like to know when there's a no vote, why, just so we can take your thinking into consideration moving forward.
Yeah, and let me back up just a little bit to your emotion, Commissioner Fishman. The reason I passed is I had intended to vote no here. The concept of your motion, I actually would support. Moving on to the order itself, I felt that there's some exceptions that should have been considered and were not. So I've said before that I don't like passing something that I think can be better. Let's fix it now. So because of that, I felt there was some issues that were raised that should have been dealt with. And then finally, I want to state that I want to commend our staff for sticking to their guns, capitulating your position simply to be agreeable. I do not find an admirable trait either. And so thanks staff for sticking to your guns, whether they were right or wrong, you stuck to it. You believed it to be right. And I find that admirable. And anyway, that's all, Commissioner Fishman. I think there were some issues that should have been hashed out that were not. All in all, I think Mr. Ryan did a great job with his decision. A lot of thought, effort. He explained it very well. I think he followed the intent of the law to the T. It was just, I think there's holes in this that aren't being addressed and should have been. Some of them are on the record. As the exceptions, but there are things not in the record, so I can't even bring. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time to explain.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Let me see, we've got 11:40. We've got a couple of matters coming up. How about we take a 20-minute break? Are folks okay with that?
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
pardon, go ahead.
is that for lunch, Mr. Chair, or is that just
That was just a break, but if we want to make it longer for lunch, a half hour, 40 minutes, we can do that as well. I know your blood sugar is an issue.
it's always an issue? Can we make it a half an hour?
Let's make it a half hour and we're going to come back let's come back at 12:15.
Okay. I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, terrific. Sarah, is it just you and me?
You're not
Just
completely.
the two of us.
Oh, well, there's Commissioner Berg. Great. Michael?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here. I think we've got
Okay.
more than two.
good. I thought I just saw Commissioner Maestas
Yeah.
walking in. Commissioner Maestas, you with us?
He'll be with you in just a second, Commissioner Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ready to go. So we're going to move to item number 8 here on the agenda, docket number 21-177, the matter of an inquiry into amendments to update NMPRC Rule 17-440.9 NMAC and 17.9.592 NMAC. And Judy, the stage is yours.
Hello. I had to,
Go ahead. You're on mute, Judy.
can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't want to go to the P&M item?
Oh, do you need time?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah, we can.
And,
We put it to
Okay.
the end, so I figure I'll just stick with what we voted.
all right, that'll be fine with me. This matter is case number 21-00177 in the matter of an inquiry into amendments to update PRC rules 17.9.440 and 17.9.592 NMAC. This is coming before you today upon a motion by Commissioners Fishman and Commissioners Hall to expand the scope of this inquiry to include promulgation of a comprehensive grid modernization rule in accordance with the 2019 enactment of the Grid Modernization Act 62-8-13, as well as amendments to Rule 440 and Rule 592. As you recall, in July of this year, July 15th, 2021, this docket was originally opened in order to determine whether Rule 440 and Rule 592 should be updated in response to changes in law, including the Renewable Energy Act, which was amended in 2019, the Energy Efficiency Act, which was amended in 2019, the CCN statute, which was amended in 2019. In addition, the Energy Transition Act was enacted in 2019. Commenters were asked questions about how Rule 442 and how Rule 592 should be amended to be updated in accordance to these previously mentioned new laws. Responses were filed by commenters on August 27th of this year. And those responses stimulated the consideration of how Rule 442 and Rule 592 relate to grid modernization projects that IOUs either have undertaken in accordance with the Grid Modernization Act or will be taken in the future. The proposed order before you finds that the intent and purposes of the Grid Modernization Act should be considered as part of this inquiry, and that this inquiry should be expanded. I won't read to you the entire Grid Modernization Act, but there is overlap between the definition of grid modernization and some Rule 440 projects and improvements made or proposed to be made. For instance, the definition of grid modernization states means improvements to electric distribution or transmission infrastructure through investments in assets, technologies, or services that are designed to modernize the electrical system by enhancing electric distribution or transmission grid reliability, resilience, interconnection of distributed energy resources, distribution system efficiency, grid security against cyber and physical threats, customer service, or energy efficiency and conservation. And grid modernization includes things such as automated control systems for electric transmission and distribution circuits and substations. These types of projects are also covered at times, depending on the project, by Rule 440. And so for this reason, the proposed order would expand the scope of the inquiry and change the caption of this docket going forward to read, in the matter of an inquiry into a rulemaking to implement the Grid Modernization Act, Section 62813 NMSA 1978, 2019, and amendments to update NMPRC rules 17.9.440 and 17.9.592 NMAC. Included in this order are a list of 15 questions that the commissioners, Fishman and Hall, drafted, and an order for staff to respond, and that the persons listed on the certificate of service may respond to, and setting a date of over a month away of December 15th, 2021. And I'm available for questions, and I think the two commissioners also wanted to say something. And that's it for me.
Sorry, I was on mute. Commissioner Hall, did you want to make any comments?
Yes, I guess so. Although Judy covered it pretty well. It's just that it struck me, and I know others thought so too, that, when you look at Rule 440 and Rule 592, they address distribution and transmission upgrades. And then so does the Grid Modernization Statute. And that statute, was written to make sure that progress was made in modernizing the grid. So it seemed like a completely relevant tool to employ as we go forward with trying to regulate in the areas that are covered by these two rules, 440 and 592, and a way of combining them, incorporating them, and making a more of a coherent approach in our rulemaking in covering these two areas, which we've heretofore treated, as separate and distinct areas, but in fact are related often by the by the hardware that supports them, such as, if there's a upgrade to a substation, that often affects both sides, both the transmission side and the distribution side. So it just made sense from a practical standpoint to end up with one rule that's better integrates these two rules and is more coherent because of that.
Okay. Any other commissioner thoughts, comments? I'll just say that one of the reasons I felt this made sense was that we could tie up a lot of loose ends instead of leaving a lot of loose ends by considering grid mod separately. And actually, it occurred to me that where there's some upgrading of equipment going on, that right now it goes on through the whole 440 process. Actually, a lot of those individual projects might end up being combined into a grid modernization effort, and that we needed some parameters to know when that's appropriate and when it's not, and that we should be covering this when we're considering 440 as well as grid mod. So anyway, that was what was driving me. It just feels like a practical way to be sure we don't leave a lot of loose ends by considering the two issues separately.
Mr. Chair, I would add one thing, and that is I'm sorry to interrupt. Were you finished?
No, I was done.
Okay. I also had noticed in the Grid Modernization Act that it states that companies can submit projects to the commission for approval, and also the commission can ask the utilities to submit projects, and that looked to me like a good tool to use, a good opportunity for us to be proactive and invite the companies to present, their plan for grid modernization. And a good way to get the ball rolling and get started on a more comprehensive look at how companies' grids will be modernized. So that's it. That was another reason.
Okay, any commission discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Maestas.
I support the expansion of the scope of this case. And I think it's consistent with a lot of the recommendations made by a lot of the working groups that develop white papers and a sequencing diagram for grid modernization. And I too am particularly interested in delving into the issues of having a more formal transmission planning element, either as a standalone plan or as a major component of the integrated resource plans. I realize the status quo is that transmission planning occurs incidental to doing business, and it's not really a standalone or a primary element currently in the IRPs. So I support that line of questioning. The only issue that I have is in the Grid Modernization Act, it did create a grant program, but the grant program, as I understand it, has not been capitalized with any appropriations, and it allows other non-traditional entities to apply for these grants for grid modernization. And I suggest adding a question regarding the grant program, questions along the line of, do you support, recurring state appropriations, for the grid modernization grant program that was established through the act? And if so, to what degree? I'm willing to maybe work with you on that, but I really think that perhaps, we should advocate for a more robust grant program. All the working groups that developed all the white papers for grid modernization completely ignored the grant program because there was no money in it. So I think it's incumbent upon us, if we're going to take this on, that we not ignore the grant program just because it doesn't have money. I think we should be a part of the effort to advocate along with stakeholders that the legislature appropriate monies for the grant program. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
I just want to point out that the grant program provides grants for entities like municipalities and tribes, but does not provide grants for utilities. However, under the Act, the utilities can, seek rate recovery for whatever projects they prefer. So just to make that clear,
Right.
we're not giving grants to utilities.
I haven't looked at the detailed language of that act lately. Do either of you have a sense of what happens in terms of potential federal grants with the new infrastructure bill and how that might play into this?
I don't know.
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. So something we should be keeping an eye out for as we go through the whole process, I suppose. And by the way, any additional questions or inquiries that any commissioner wants covered in this, they should just feel free to forward a copy of that to, actually probably the best place to forward it to is to, and Cynthia, tell me if I'm okay with this, to my assistant, Robert Lundin.
Yeah, sure.
Because he's going to be doing a lot of the grunt work to help make this happen.
I'm quite all right with that. I appreciate it, actually. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other commissioner discussion? Okay, so I will move to expand the scope of 21-177. And do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, we got a second. And Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Order is approved 5-0.
Okay, now let's go on to item 6 on the agenda.
So commissioners, this is the proposed final order in case 2237, which is PNM's TEP plan. I guess that's redundant. But I just wanted to let you know, I do have Elizabeth Hurst on the phone, rather on the Zoom program, available for questions. However, because it has been a while since she presented her RD, however, she's only available until 1:15. It appeared the commission was willing to go quickly on these TEP cases, at least with regard to El Paso. So if that's your desire today, I can hit the high points of the exceptions, which is what the final order addresses, or I can go through them in detail. So I'll ask the commission's preference.
High points would be my vote, unless anyone disagrees.
I agree.
Okay, high points it is. So based on that, I'll focus on what I think the commission was asking for before, which is basically how my order would change the recommended decision. There were 10 exceptions filed to the recommendations in the recommended decision. Those exceptions, there were several exceptions sort of combined between CCAE, WRA, and PNM with regard to the whole home, I'm going to get it wrong, whole home, I believe it is, electric vehicle rate participation recommendation. There was from ChargePoint a challenge to the commission's jurisdiction, which I think the commission's heard several times before, and also a ChargePoint exception to the EMV credit card chip reader requirement. There was also a ChargePoint exception to the time varying rate pass on provision, which I believe was recommended by CCAE, and also an exception to the requirement that the site hosts, the non-residential site hosts, charging station site hosts, pass on their charging data, as well as that they be required to take service under rate 3F if they are accepting a incentive under the transportation electric, the TEP, let's put it that way. There also were 3 exceptions from Prosperity Works. One was similarly about the requirement that residential customers be required to have their system hooked up to Wi-Fi or cellular service so that PNM could collect data. There was also an exception with regard to PNM, rather Prosperity Works suggestion that PNM be required to make all of its marketing materials available in Spanish, and similarly an exception that PNM be required to make its at least one of its 2 proposed special hire specialists in terms of handling their TEP also be fluent in Spanish. The order that I've drafted essentially upholds the recommended decision on all the points that it makes in regard to these same issues that were raised in the briefs, post-hearing briefs, and in the hearing through the testimony. The one area that I guess the commission, I think, might want to focus in on, though, is the first exception that I mentioned, which is the whole home EV rate participation. And in that is interesting because the recommended decision accepted a recommendation by WRA to increase the number of residential incentives available for level 2 chargers. And that was based on the view that PNM should expect that more than half of these expected 6,000 new EV drivers would take residential service and take advantage rather of the residential charger rebate and be placed as a condition on the WHEV rate. The hearing examiner proactively found that that was not a sufficient number. PNM's proposal of 3,000 customers was not sufficient, and she recommended increasing that number to 3,900 participants to represent 50% of the anticipated 7,800 new EVs in PNM's service area. The RD found that that number was realistic based on the evidence that PNM had presented and in consideration of the imperative to increase EV adoption and the need to maintain a reasonable budget. The RD found that the proposed budget impact of its revised participation level would be an additional $450,000. PNM's exception actually doesn't object to the RD's recommendation of increasing the number of residential vehicle charger rebates from 3,000 to 9,000. Instead, what PNM argues is that the RD should actually be modified further because by raising the number of residential rebates, it has the side effect of potentially reducing the number of WHEV slots available to existing electric vehicle drivers. And PNM had planned that about 1,000, up to 1,000 existing EV drivers would be able to take advantage of the WHEV rate. PNM noted that a goal of its proposed WHEV rate was to encourage overnight charging of electric vehicles, as well as load shifting of other household energy to overnight use, rather to overnight use. The WHEV rate is also required for all drivers who receive the rebate on the purchase of the level 2 charger. By limiting, because the TEP limits the WHEV rate to 4,000 customers, the increase would have the effect, again, of reducing the number of existing drivers down to 100. So to correct for that reduction, PNM argues that the cap on the number of slots for people who can participate in the WHEV rate should also be expanded by 900 to a total of 4,900. And that would correspond with its original intent to have 1,000 existing drivers be able to take advantage of that rate. There was a similar exception taken by WRA, which also argued that the opportunity to participate in the WHEV rate should be increased. But they argued actually that the increase should be rather than a corresponding 900, but instead that it should be raised to 6,000 rather than 4,900. The responses to exceptions was interesting because WRA initially filed its own exception, but then they filed a joint response to PNM's exception, in which they essentially restated their exception, but then expanded that and argue now that the commission should consider removing all limits on WHEV rate participation so that all existing drivers can take advantage of that rate. PNM's response was that to those exceptions, and that response was that WRA's suggestion to increase the rate participation to 6,000 should be rejected. They argue that the 900 customer increase that was accepted by the RD appropriately balanced the size and cost of the program with the statutory goals of the Transportation Electrification Statute. And while PNM acknowledges the goals of improving system efficiency and encouraging off-peak use, it argues that the primary goal of the TE statute is to incentivize the expansion of transportation electrification by increasing customer adoption of electric vehicles. PNM argues that making the WHEV rate available to customers who already drive an EV would not further the goal of expanding the use of EVs, but would have other significant impacts. It points out that—
Mike, just a
Sure.
quick question here. I don't know if you thought about this, but if you make that rate program available to existing electric vehicle owners, isn't that an incentive to them to keep buying electric vehicles and maintaining electric vehicle ownership?
Yes, I would agree with that. This is not my recommendation at this point.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just, as you were speaking and I heard that argument, I was just kind of thinking, well, they're thinking fairly narrowly there. So anyway, okay, go ahead.
So aside from the statutory objectives issue and the budget issue, PNM also raises a concern that it states that opening the WHEV rate to more existing drivers could potentially cause overload on PNM's system if a substantial number of EV drivers are located on the same distribution feeder, and this could offset the benefits of off-peak system utilization. PNM argues that it does not intend to exclude the portion of existing EV drivers that would not be eligible for the WHEV rate indefinitely, but instead argues that currently limiting the WHEV rate participation to 1,000 existing drivers will enable PNM to understand the grid impacts of EV charging before PNM opens the rate to all drivers. So my recommendation is because this is a several-fold issue, is that PNM's request to raise the participation rate by by 900 corresponding with the rate, rather the increase that was suggested by the recommended decision, is appropriate. The decision as to whether the commission wants to consider allowing additional existing drivers to take advantage of the WHEV rate is primarily a policy decision. As we discussed, I think in the previous cases, the commission has a lot of latitude with regard to the budgetary impacts that it believes are appropriate in light of the statutory objectives. Obviously, staff has been concerned in other cases and in this case as well about the potential rate impact of the decisions that the commission makes. But there is, I think, as the last hearing examiner pointed out, a significant statutory objective that the transportation electric plans are attempting to serve. By my calculation, the increase cost based on the proposed 1,100 additional drivers would be approximately 495,000, and that's based on what PNM had indicated the increase would be to accommodate the requested 900 additional drivers, which they indicated would be 400,000. So that's a decision for the commission to consider. I don't know if you want, I think it might be better if we consider these one by one.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
just on that last point that Mike made about how PNM's position is that they need to better understand the grid before they wanted to see an increase in WHEV numbers. I guess I don't find that very acceptable. It sort of smacks of the position PNM took in the replacement resources case about storage. You know, they needed to learn more about storage before they were going to be able to handle it. And, you know, as we've seen, as that case has unfolded, we've developments are occurring. You know, there's storage is happening in those projects. I mean, they're generally PPAs, but we haven't heard any more complaints from PNM about storage. And I think this may be something similar. Yes, they do have a problem in that they have some circuits that are close to full, and some are completely full. But I don't think it's a matter of needing to understand the problem. I think it's a matter of the company taking action to alleviate those problems with upgrades. And, you know, we've got a mandate in the Grid Modernization Act and other acts to see that the utilities move forward with changes that are necessary so that they don't become an impediment to the rollout of these other laws. So I think that I guess I would not support that position of staying at the original number. I think it was 900, Mike said. I would support the higher number. Sorry, I'm getting these numbers confused, but I think it was in the order of 2,000 or something.
4,900.
4,900, yes.
4,900 total is what PNM is recommending. Am I correct in that, Mike?
Yes, and the CCA, rather the WRA initial proposal in response was to raise it to 6,000, and then the CCAE WRA response proposed removing the limit completely.
So, Commissioner Hall, following up on your comments, moving people to the whole house rate actually reduces the load on circuits by moving the demand from peak period to a time when the demand is lowest. So in terms of overtaxing circuits, this would help. It also seems to me, given that we're looking at potential power shortage coming into the next summer season, we would want to do as much of that as we possibly can. And that it very well could be a lot more expensive to pay for temporary power purchases, or however we and PNM decide to address that issue, may prove a lot more expensive than spending $300 or $400 a home to put in a smart meter and implement the program that for the WHEV rates.
Absolutely.
So, you know, my
Agreed.
take is, I'll just lay it out there, is that I understand when PNM says we shouldn't do unlimited. We're not quite sure what the impacts of this might be. I'm kind of inclined to go with the first proposal from the environmental folks, which was 6,000, and just be a little more aggressive with it and give all the existing EV owners an opportunity to take advantage of that rate and shift their load to that, what is it, midnight to 8 p.m. period, 8 a.m. So anyway, that's kind of how I feel about that issue.
Mr. Chair, are you talking about existing EV owners that already have a home-based charging station, or the EV owners that charge out on public stations? What are you referring to?
So, you know, frankly, I'd like to see it for any EV owner be available.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So just to be more specific, the WHEV rate is what we're talking about here, and that is the home. I should have started out with this. It's the whole home electric vehicle charging rate pilot,
Correct.
Which is a time of use rate pilot option that would be available for new and current EV drivers who are currently under rate schedule 1A residential service. It would be capped at 4,000 residential drivers under the original TEP proposal, and it would apply not just to charging, but also to all home energy usage, including EV charging, that occurs between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Monday through Sunday year round. The rate would be 50% of PNM's current residential time of use off-peak rate, and PNM's intent in adopting this rate is to send a strong price signal to shift energy use, as you were saying, to overnight hours away from its peak load hours. The estimated cost at 4,000 participant limit would be 1.8 million. And PNM indicated that the increase based on its proposal would raise it up to 2.2 million. And as I said, based on my calculation, it would come up another 500,000.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Mike a question.
Sure.
Mike, do you know what their current peak hours are?
I do not. I'm sorry, I don't.
Do you know how many hours they constitute in their peak? It's not a 4 or 6 hour peak. It's more like an 11 or 12 hour peak, I believe. I'd welcome any correction or any refinement of that of anybody in the witness in the audience. But I mean,
I don't know if Elizabeth knows what their current peak hours are.
I can't say with any accuracy.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall.
broadly, just sometime between 2 and 7 p.m. And generally,
No,
3 to 4 to 5 p.m. So
Those
that's
are-
just roughly, that's when their peak is.
I'm sorry, I misspoke when I said peak. I should have said when the time of use off peak is.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the off-peak time they would propose is from 10 o'clock to 5 in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay. That seems like a narrow period of time, actually. I mean, it's not off-peak, it's on-peak, but whatever. I guess what I'm getting at, though, is I just think we need to be aggressive. I would support what Mr. Chairman says, but I'm trying to think how to phrase a condition if, if things go well under the terms you provide, Mr. Chair, if there could be if it gets fully subscribed, I would like to see an opportunity to expand it more to the unlimited level at some point. I mean, I think there are a lot of people who would buy electric cars if they had a means to charge them in a way that supports their daily life of getting to work and back. And I can appreciate a limit at the very beginning, but if it fills up rapidly, it would be nice to have a provision that would allow the company to increase the availability of that option for other people who would like to do it, who would like to use that rate. In other words, I'd hate to see it fully subscribed and then have to languish for a year or two or whenever the company comes back then.
So we could do something similar to the EPE provision that they report to the commission when it's 75% subscribed.
Mm-hmm.
And we can then consider how or whether we want to expand it.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good approach.
I would point out to the commissioners that PNM does have budget flexibility in its TEP. It provides for 25% total budget flexibility totaling, well, based on its original proposal, 2.1 million that can be spent in implementation of programs in case any, sorry, I'm having trouble moving my mouse here. Any category is fully utilized prior to the expiration of the current 2-year TEP lifetime. So that's essentially the same thing that in the El Paso Electric Company case we were talking about. They were proposing 15.
Would you repeat that, Mike? Say that again.
They have, PNM is proposing a 25% budget flexibility provision, similar to the El Paso Electric had 15% in its budget.
I don't understand. How does that relate to what the option that Commissioner Fishman described, whereby if you get to 75% of the funds spent under that provision, then you can re-examine whether or not to expand the user number? How does that relate to that?
It's an analogous provision in PNM's program that their program, the TEP that they proposed, rather than in the El Paso one, you're talking about that they had an additional 15% flexibility. And in PNM's proposes an additional 25% flexibility.
But so that percentage of the percentage of users?
No, that's in budget flexibility.
Okay, and so when is that triggered? How is that triggered?
That's triggered in case a program becomes fully utilized prior to the expiration of the 2-year TEP.
Oh, then they have a provision where they would spend 25% more funds on that program?
Right. So the commission, based on what you're saying, it sounds like what you would like to do is include a provision that says that they can expend more money and increase participation if it becomes fully subscribed?
Well, I think the way it was phrased by Commissioner Fishman was that if you reach 75% of the full subscription, then they come back to the commission and we re-examine how much further to expand the program. I hope Commissioner Fishman, is that?
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Okay, and so this is a little different from what you're describing, Mike. You're describing a scenario whereby the program would become fully subscribed, and then the company would exceed that number of users by another 25%, but that amount is then capped at that 25%. That's not the same thing. I wouldn't call it analogous at all. I would prefer that we use provisions like Commissioner Fishman described, whereby you get to 75% user number. You get to 75% of the total number of users contemplated by the program. And when they reach that percent, then the utility has to come in so that there can be a re-examination of their final cap and see if it needs to be raised and by how much. That way, it's not capped at 25%. If the rate of increase of users is high or increasing, we'll be able to respond to that. If it's not, you can still respond to it, but by a lesser amount.
Other commissioner comments on this issue?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Mike, where's the money coming from that they're using for these rebates?
Well, there's two costs at issue in this specific program. One is the charger rebate, which is part of the TEP budget, and the other cost that applies is the meter cost, because all customers who take service under the WHEV are required to have the advanced meter. So the charger rebates are coming out of the TEP budget, and the meter costs would be getting getting added to be recovered in rates. So that would not be, that's outside the TEP budget.
Where does the money for the TEP budget come from?
Ratepayers.
Right, and that's my point. The more we demand they spend, the higher rates can be increased. So there's a give and take. We need to keep that in mind.
Correct. Other commissioner comments, discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would say, of course, there's a rate impact to any activity that utilities do. This is one that would be a result of state policy articulated in our statutes to encourage the use of electric vehicles so we can reduce carbon emissions. So
yeah, to me, there's kind of there's a piece here that's kind of unknown to the extent that demand is shifted to off-peak hours. It could very well result in reduced investment in distribution and generation costs. Admittedly, it wouldn't be short-term. That would be more of a long-term proposition. So short-term costs definitely would go up. Long-term costs might actually go down. I don't think anyone really knows. We could ask for a bunch of analyses that would be based on a lot of guesswork.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think as soon as you get the meters installed, you'd see an effect right away.
Yeah, in demand, but in terms of investment and reducing investment going forward, that would take a little while to build into the system.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Maestas.
was Commissioner Hall done? Were you done?
Yes, I am. I am. Thank you.
So, we don't have a rule for this and we're relying on the statute. And I think that every single hearing examiner has allowed a lot of latitude in the individuality of each transportation electrification plan by each of the IOUs. But I think this amendment introduces perhaps a policy issue in that there was no assumption that there would be additional EV owner participants who already have charging infrastructure. I think the premise of the TEPs was that these would be new EV owners and would need the charging infrastructure and would eventually take advantage of the rebates. So if we increase the allowable number of EV owners to participate in this program, and if we do that, to what extent do we assume that these existing EV owners will only take advantage of the rate and not the infrastructure rebate, assuming they already have such infrastructure? First question. And the second question, are we going to have to ask again, like we did for EPE, to come back with a revised budget with that assumption that a certain percentage of EV owners will not actually apply for the rebate, but will apply for the rate? Because I thought they were one and the same. I thought you couldn't get the rate without requesting a rebate and purchasing the charging infrastructure. So Mike, can you clarify that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. The initial proposal was a 3,000 customer charge, that there would be 3,000 customer charging incentives. And PNM, and so that would be the cap for getting the charger rebate. The total the requirement for people who were getting that charging rebate was that they would also participate in the WHEV rate. So there's the rebate for 3,000 people and the rate participation, which was originally 4,000. And when the hearing examiner increased the amount of customers who would be eligible to get the charger rebate to 3,900, that reduced the number of potential existing electric vehicle owners who could take advantage of the WHEV rate from 1,000 to 100. And so that's why PNM was requesting that the number of participants in the WHEV rate be increased by 900 so that it could keep 1,000 slots open for existing electric vehicle owners. But those electric vehicle owners would not be existing electric vehicle owners would not be getting the rebate for the charger, nor would any new customer, beyond that 3,900 be eligible for the charger rebate.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, can I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Mike, so I think I just heard you say that this the rebate does not retroactively apply to existing users of home charging stations, correct?
Yes, that would be correct. I did not say that, but that would be correct.
Okay, it also doesn't, I guess, well, okay. However, parties who already have home charging stations would be able to participate in the new rate, the WHEV rate, correct?
Under the original proposal, PNM had contemplated 1,000 existing electric vehicle owners would be eligible to participate in the rate.
And those existing, you meaning people who already have a charging station attached to their home, 1,000 of those could participate in the rate.
Correct. And I should clarify that it's not necessarily existing, but it could be people, let's say they, depends on how they signed up, but if you had the full amount of people who got new charging stations installed and who got the rebate and took up the spots that were reserved for them in the WHEV rate, you could have new people who bought an EV and had to install a charging system at their house, but they wouldn't be eligible for the rebate. But if there's still a slot of those 1,000 slots available for the WHEV rate, they could potentially get in there.
So according to this provision, PNM would create 1,000 slots, which could be populated by homeowners who already have a charging station and homeowners who don't. And on what's the criteria for how they get them? I mean, is it first come, first served, or how do they?
I believe so.
So they have to hear about this rebate and then sign up for it.
Well, the people who are signing up to get the home charging station rebate are people who are going to be installing new charging infrastructure in their house. And they would be eligible for the rebate if they're one of the first three under the plan, one of the first 3,900, based on what the recommended decision said.
Okay, so does that leave out then people who already have a charging station at their house?
Yes, because as you said, they would not be able to get the rebate retroactively.
But people who already have a charging station at their house could get the rate, right?
If they're one of the first 1,000 people to sign up for the WHEV rate.
What if they're not? Can they still get that rate?
Well, there is a separate time of use provision that applies to non-residential charging station.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a residential charging station that is not among those 1,000 you're talking about. Would they be able to enjoy that time of use rate?
No.
So do we know why not?
Because that's not what the program proposes.
It's not the plan, yeah. Okay. All right. That's fine. I understand. Thank you.
Okay, and just to make one other fact clear, is the projection under the plan is for 7,800 new EVs to be purchased over the plan's timeframe, correct?
That is, yes, that's the number that was put forward as the estimated number of new EVs in the service area. And so the amount, the set 3,900 represents 50% of those new EVs.
Okay.
It does not contemplate covering 100% of them.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand that exactly. Why doesn't it? Why just 50%? Could you explain that again, Mike?
Well, based on PNM's argument that this was their proposal in the case as being for a pilot program to meet the competing, the competing interests that are placed in the transportation electrification statute.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas.
You know, I realize, I see that, you know, they're planning on serving 50% of the projected new EV owners of 7,800. And, you know, I immediately think of, you know, potential reasons why these EV owners would not even pursue charging equipment, even if it was available to all 7,800. You know, many people don't have 240 volt wired plugs, you know, in their garages. So I would think that, you know, appropriate wiring to accommodate a residential charging infrastructure would be a major limitation. Another could be they've already become accustomed to using public charging infrastructure that's available around their traveling area. But just, I would sure like to know, for the purposes of maybe the next generation TEP, you know, what some of these existing owners, what would be an impediment or a barrier to them purchasing charging equipment under this rebate, assuming, or at least for those that don't have residential charging equipment. I'm sure a lot of them do. But I think it would really benefit us going forward to maybe get more information to see if this 50% is simply a convenient number that P&M chose as reasonable, which I think was agreed to by the hearing examiner. But I think realistically, we should strive to serve more of the projected new EV owners. But I'm content with this assumption and this goal of serving half of the projected new EV owners. But I'd like to get at maybe some of the reasons, you know, that could prevent expanding this service to new EV owners. I know that one of the other IOUs included a wiring rebate, which I thought was very innovative. And I would consider that to be one of the impediments to purchasing a residential electric car charging infrastructure. So anyway, I just wanted to comment on that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you know, another way that we could address this is, first of all, I want to say that the hearing examiner did a terrific job of understanding, that Elizabeth did a great job of understanding we're trying to expand service to these, to electric vehicles. That's the legislative policy. And she, like Christopher, seems to really have understood that and did a great job. And admittedly, you know, my perspective is we should be pushing forward as quickly as we can. But rather than adopting a 6,000, upping the number to 6,000, we could accept the current 4,900 and just put in a provision, come back to us when it's 75% subscribed, and we'll see if we need to reconsider the number. And we could just put that in, and that would probably serve the purpose of being sure we have all the flexibility we need if we should decide it makes sense to expand the program further based on adoption.
Mr. Chair, I would support that because, you know, as you read in the RD, staff suggested that we decrease, right? That we decrease the service to the number of new EV owners. So I like that as a better compromise in light of the fact that maybe staff felt otherwise in terms of what we're proposing to do to increase making available the WHEV rate to 6,000 EV owners.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure, go ahead.
So when I was trying to respond to Commissioner Hall before and explain that the commercial charging stations also have a time of use rate that is applied to them, which is also intended to shift send a price signal to consumers who are utilizing commercial charging stations, so that they will do their charging during off-peak hours as well. And one of the exceptions that I propose upholding the RD on was an exception that, or a recommendation rather, by CCAE that as a default, EV charging station site hosts have to pass that time variant price signal through to their customers, the EV drivers who are charging. Part of the reason that that's important to consider is to remember that we're talking about residential versus non-residential, and not all customers who are going to be purchasing these anticipated 7,800 vehicles will be homeowners, especially in light of the fact that the transportation electrification statute focuses on serving lower and middle income customer base. And so I think it's important to remember that the 50% goal that PNM is proposing for represents not just residential EV owners, prospective residential EV owners, but that's their total number that they're anticipating for new EV owners. And that includes people who don't own houses that they would be installing, making an investment to install this kind of charging station in, or people who are renters who obviously would, may not have the ability in a apartment building complex to even be able to run even if they were going for level 1 charging, to be able to run a wire out to their car.
Mm-hmm. Understood. Good point. So I would propose the simple amendment being that when subscriptions to the WHEV rate reach 75% of target, that the utility come in and we reconsider the cap as appropriate. And that would be it.
Is that a motion, Mr. Chair?
And that would, that's the amendment I would propose, and that would be the motion.
I'll second that.
Mike, any further commissioner discussion on it? And Michael, you were going to say something?
Well, I guess the question I had was the other exceptions. I don't know if you want me to go through the other exceptions or not.
I thought you'd finished, but we've gone through that discussion. So why don't we take a vote on that now, and then we can go through the rest of the exceptions?
Sure. That's what I was going to ask, is whether the commission wants to address all the exceptions one by one, or given if you've read the exceptions and if there are any that you want to discuss, as opposed to going through them one by one. It's really,
yeah, that was, for me, that was the only one I wanted to discuss anyway, but why don't we take the vote on this one now, and then you can go through the rest of the exceptions, and commissioners can weigh in and let us know what if they have any modifications to make it as well. So we have a motion and a second. And Mike, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
No.
Commissioner Byrd.
No.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
And Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
That amendment passes 3-2.
Okay, Mike, go ahead and continue.
Let me see, going down here. Unless somebody wants me to address it, I don't think we need to address the charge point exception regarding the commission's jurisdiction to impose these requirements. If anybody disagrees with that, I can, but we've done that twice, I think. The charge point exception regarding the EMV chip reader. My proposal was in this is to accept the recommended decision, which would be consistent with the commission's other cases and require uphold PNM's requirement of including the EMV chip reader. Does anybody want to go over that?
No.
Okay.
Keep going.
The next exception is the one I made reference to, which is ChargePoint took an exception to the recommended decision accepting CCAE's recommendation that as a default, EV charging station site hosts that receive rebates, infrastructure rebates, should be required to pass through the time variant price signals on the underlying time of use rates that the charging stations receive, and pass those through to the EV drivers. Essentially, the arguments, the proposal that CCAA made was that requiring EV charging station site hosts who receive non-residential infrastructure rebates to pass through the time variant price signals on underlying time of use rates to end user EV drivers is reasonable, because it serves because widespread transportation electrification can put downward pressure on electric rates by using the spare capacity on the grid that is available at night, and a failure to pass on time variant rate signals could result in worsening grid conditions. CCA cites to its witness Mr. Baumhefner's testimony that if drivers have no reason to change their behavior, they will just charge their vehicles upon arrival at a charging station, regardless of whether it helps or hurts the grid, and therefore they need to be incentivized with time of use rates that pass on the price signals to drivers. The objection that ChargePoint makes is that site hosts do not necessarily charge, rather price charging in a way that accommodates time of use price signals. As an example, ChargePoint notes that site hosts may offer free or low cost charging to attract customers, or site hosts may prefer to charge a flat per session fee or an hourly fee rather than a per kilowatt hour fee. ChargePoint asserts that site hosts should be free to charge, rather to price charging in a manner that best supports their own business goals, and asserts that there is no need to require site hosts to pass on time varying signals to end users as a default, because site hosts will likely be motivated to do so where they are appropriate for their business model. ChargePoint further asserts that imposing the defaulting requirement will simply discourage site host participation, and that the transportation electric plan should support site hosts' unique goals and business models by providing them with as much flexibility as possible, rather than requiring them to opt out of a default arrangement. The proposed resolution of this exception that I drafted would state that the RD recommends approval, or rather, it adopts the RD's recommendation approving CCAE's alternate recommendation, finding that CCAE's default option for all customers receiving non-residential infrastructure incentives provides encouragement to site hosts to adopt a form of time variant pricing, but also provides flexibility site hosts may need to develop successful business plans that are necessary to encourage the extensive deployment of privately owned charging stations. The requirement will potentially better ensure that the investments made by the company in residential EV charging can be reasonably expected to improve the public utilities electric system efficiency, the integration of variable resources, operational flexibility, and system utilization during off-peak hours as required by section 62.812B. The commission agrees that site hosts will retain sufficient discretion to implement business models and marketing strategies, even while passing on time varying price signals to drivers. The commission agrees with CCAE that passing those time varying price signals is important to the desired load shifting because, quote, if price signals are not visible to the EV drivers, they will simply charge whenever they arrive at their destination. So if there are any questions on that.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So Mike, you say you drafted that as an alternative to what was proposed, right?
No, that's my discussion. That's the discussion of the exception, and that's the proposed commission determination.
Okay. Okay. Well, I like it and I would support it, Mr. Chair. I like what Mike drafted. Because it, it reflects, it requires the site host to send the right price signal to its customers. A time of use signal.
Any other comments on that? I'm comfortable with that language. So.
So if you want me to move on to the next exception, ChargePoint had an exception regarding charging data. ChargePoint argues that the requirement that charging stations have data connectivity to enable PNM to collect charging data from EV chargers, is needlessly burdensome, as they describe it, and therefore should be eliminated. ChargePoint asserts that PNM can instead monitor utilization rates with meter data and confirm that site hosts have connected only chargers to their dedicated EV charging service by requiring installers to certify that the chargers are the only load on a new dedicated service and by performing a limited number of audits. PNM's response to this is that there was evidence in the record supporting its need for charging data, which is to properly evaluate the success of the TEP program. PNM states that it needs granular data from the non-residential stations as well as residential chargers to understand the usage patterns and the actual demand and energy use. PNM asserts that charging data for all customers is required. PNM further notes that because it is not requiring submetering for residential charging infrastructure in the WHEV rate, it has no way to identify load from a home residence compared to the EV charging load. PNM maintains that access to the data collected by the network charger will assist in analyzing the data to better inform rates in the future. The proposed determination from the commission would be that the commission finds that PNM's interest in the charging data is substantial in light of the need to assess the performance and success of the measures under the proposed TEP so that future proposed TEPs will be better informed by such data. While ChargePoint asserts its own interest in such data, that interest does not overcome the broader public interest of the EV statute pursuant to which PNM is acting. ChargePoint retains the option to opt out of receiving incentives under the TEP if it feels that its own interests are compromised by the charging data sharing requirement. So if there are questions on that.
So essentially we're going forward with the data requirements.
Yes, it would uphold the recommended decision on this point.
Well, that would be consistent with what we just decided with EPE. So.
Yeah, I support that one too, Mr. Chair.
Any other commissioner comment on that? Okay, let's move forward.
So connected to that is their exception, ChargePoint's exception regarding rate 3F. ChargePoint takes exception to the program's requirement that charging site hosts participate in the DCF rebate program must take service under the new rate 3F non-residential charging station pilot rate. the rate structure of rate 3F is intended to encourage the installation of non-residential charging stations through the use of a customer charge and an energy charge only, with no demand charge. PNM indicates that this will avoid the disproportionately large demand charge for charging stations that would result under rate schedule 3C general power low load factor due to, as it states, the short but large spikes in demand when cars are charging. Rate 3F would be available to all non-residential EV charging stations, but that rate is required for charging site hosts participating in the DCFC program. ChargePoint acknowledges that PNM's rate 3F is designed to incentivize site hosts to establish charging stations, but argues that this purpose does not justify prohibiting site hosts that are choosing to establish charging stations and desiring to participate in the benefits of the TEP from taking service on another cost-based commercial rate if the site host prefers the other rate and qualifies for it. PNM opposes removing the requirement that site hosts who take advantage of the DCFC rebate take service under rate 3F. PNM believes that it is reasonable to require customers accepting a rebate to take service under proposed rate 3F because rate 3F is designed to both correlate to times when the energy is less expensive, and it places the additional DCFC load on the rate that provides the biggest benefit to the system. Sorry, I'm trying to move my cursor. The commission determination would support the RD's finding, which was that PNM's incentive program requirement to take service under proposed rate 3F was specifically designed as an energy-only rate pilot to incentivize the installation of charging stations and thus comports with the TE statute. The commission agrees with CCAE WRA that time variant rates are important and notes that the RD's further recognition that if, I'm sorry, did I? No, yes. That if EV drivers are not incentivized and habituated to charge at ideal times, the expected increased load could come at times that exacerbate demands on the system, such as at the end of the workday when many people arrive home and begin using more electricity. Therefore, encouraging new EV charging to occur at times when the PNM system is least utilized is important by setting price windows to encourage customers to charge during off-peak times. EVs can utilize the system when it's underutilized, minimizing the need for system upgrades. Additionally, setting pricing windows to correspond with variable generation such as wind and solar can help match the load with generation. The RD further found that this requirement was reasonable given that the TEP does not require all charging station site hosts to take service under rate 3F, and customers that do not accept PNM rebates are free to obtain electric service under another appropriate rate for which they qualify. The commission agrees that requiring DCFC charging stations to take service under rate 3F is a reasonable requirement of accepting the incentive funding under the TEP. I don't know if there are any questions.
Does not appear anyone has an issue with that recommendation. So let's move on.
I think the next, I'm just going to skip over the next one, which is the clarification. There was an issue about whether the RD was stating that rate 3F would have to apply to level 2 charging stations that were installed by non-residential commercial site hosts, and that was not correct. So this would just merely correct that misapprehension. PNM agreed with the exception and believes that the RD should be clarified on that point. And that level 2 station should be allowed to be installed on existing electric services without taking service under rate 3F. The next set of exceptions comes from Prosperity Works. And Prosperity Works' first exception takes exception to the RD's acceptance of the TEP requirement that all residential customers must connect their chargers to Wi-Fi or cellular service in order to receive incentives under the TEP. Prosperity Works argues that this requirement unnecessarily excludes LMI customers who cannot afford Wi-Fi. PNM's response to that is that access to charging data is necessary to properly evaluate the success of the TEP. PNM argues that because the TEP does not require a sub-meter for customers to participate in the WHV rate, PNM must have access, to charging data, and therefore would not have insight to customer charging behavior otherwise. PNM asserts that it needs to assess the actual demand and energy use and charging data for all charging stations in this pilot TEP rather than just a sample. So this is basically the corresponding argument to the argument that ChargePoint had about whether it should share its charging data.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Can you, Mike, can you tell me again, besides Wi-Fi, what else would be necessary? And this is a homeowner that would have to have this. Could you explain that requirement again?
Yeah, let me go up and find.
That's being objected to.
So PNM's rebates to non-residential customers. Under the TEP, PNM proposes to provide 3,000 rebates of up to $500 for the purchase of a residential level 2 charger. The requirements that PNM's TEP puts on this rebate program is that 1, the charger must be a level 2 charger. It must be UL 2594 listed. It must be Energy Star certified. And the 4th requirement is that it must have a Wi-Fi or cellular connection. Also, the customer must enroll in the whole home EV pilot rate. So this
What's that last thing? The customer must what?
Must enroll in the whole home EV pilot rate.
So is this so does this exclude low income customers? They're not part of this rate offering?
This is Prosperity Works' objection. They say that the requirement that the charger have Wi-Fi connectivity excludes low income customers who can't afford Wi-Fi.
Well, but wait a minute. Were low income customers part of the offering in the first place or not?
There is no offering yet.
Are they included in the description of it? Are they contemplated in it, or are it's silent about them?
I'm not really sure how to respond to that, other than state that PNM's program is designed to by offering rebate incentives to incentivize the installation of level 2 chargers by customers for whom a level 2 charger would be appropriate, sort of what we were just talking about before. Obviously, that's a charger that would be installed by somebody who has enough of an interest in their residence to justify investing the money to install a electric charger in that residence. So presumably a homeowner.
Yeah. So their objection is this excludes low income people because they don't own homes or they don't have Wi-Fi.
They're saying that's based on the argument that that customers can't afford Wi-Fi. And I'll go into the further evidence. I was trying to hit the high points. Prosperity Works points at evidence in the record is that it claims establishes that about 25 to 30% of New Mexicans lack access to Wi-Fi, and that this includes many low-income residents. They point to, as evidence, they point out that during the COVID pandemic, many households faced difficulty accessing education due to the lack of internet connections. And they further note that PNM's failure to include financial assistance for the required Wi-Fi connection to address this disparity does not, in their view, justify excluding customers who cannot afford Wi-Fi from the residential charging incentives. They propose that PNM should instead either collect the data only from those participants who voluntarily connect their chargers to Wi-Fi, require all customers who already have Wi-Fi to connect their chargers, or eliminate the internet connection requirement for low-income customers. Prosperity Works also argues that PNM's claimed need for data from quote, all various types of participants improperly assumes that the data from customers with Wi-Fi will differ from the customers who cannot afford Wi-Fi. They assert that the data from the vast majority of customers who would voluntarily interconnect their smart chargers to the internet would provide the utility a reasonable opportunity to collect data from their customers without excluding customers who cannot afford Wi-Fi. They further argue that PNM could require that only a sample of participating residential customers connect their chargers to the internet, and thereby narrow its data collection requirement and not undermine access to the program for low-income customers.
Do you have a recommendation on any of those options offered by Prosperity Works?
The proposed determination that I drafted would accept PNM's reasoning for the data sharing requirement, noting that data connected initially can be very important to the foundation of future TEPs, and that PNM must have sufficient and reliable data from all the types of participants to be able to validate, change, or eliminate programs as necessary, especially when the payment of the TEP expenses is by PNM's customers. And that's a quote from the RD. The commission agrees with the RD that at this early stage, the collection of data from all customers is necessary for planning the successful implementation of future TEPs, and this should take priority over attempting to incentivize universal participation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess that I don't disagree with that, but I guess I'm wondering, do you anticipate then that there will be a sufficient number of low-income participants to address the need of the utility from what they've got proposed? It must. I would think that it must rest on that assumption. Don't you agree?
Well,
or not?
Well, I'm not sure that the incentivization that the Wi-Fi or cellular service connection requirement is in any way connected with incentivizing LMI customers.
I don't either.
I think the principal incentivization is the rebate. I think the LMI, the data collection requirement serves the purpose of being able to collect data on what admittedly is a pilot program, for PNM's TEP and its future TEPs. And I think that's essentially the argument that the commission has in front of it is, do we mold this TEP to be primarily to try and incentivize, full universal participation at the costs of other interests or needs that would may go against, incentivizing universal participation at this time, given the limited number of people that it's available to, but with the goal of ensuring that you've got data that allows you to form a TEP down the line that will be, better informed and and able to carry out the statutory objectives.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, there's a trade-off, I think, that's inherent in all these recommendations.
Mhm. Well, I think the language you have there is fine. I'm in favor of the data collection. And to the extent it might compromise some, more universal use of Wi-Fi by low-income people, that can be addressed sometime in the future, I guess. So I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments on this one? Okay, Mike, move on.
Let's see. Prosperity Works' second exception takes exception to the RD's failure to accept Prosperity Works' recommendation that PNM be required to, quote, make all information about its residential electric vehicle programs and education materials about electric vehicles equally available on the English and Spanish versions of its websites. They note that the hearing examiner made a statement that PNM's customer service and program customer service and program materials might be more effective for some of its customers if they were in Spanish. However, the hearing examiner did not find the modification was required by the TE statute. Prosperity Works argues that the RD's analysis is arbitrary because the RD improperly rejects the proposed modification without identifying any harms that the hearing examiner believes would outweigh the benefits. Prosperity Works argues that PNM's concern that it might take unreasonable amounts of program resources to translate a software package into Spanish if they are licensing a web tool from a third-party vendor that does not market the tool in Spanish, that the commission should require PNM to license these tools in Spanish whenever they are available. So that's a slightly modified position from Prosperity Works in its exception. PNM's response to Prosperity Works asserts that the RD correctly concluded that a requirement to translate all web content into Spanish would not be practical or economical. PNM notes that PNM witness, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name since I was not at the hearing, but Babej agreed that PNM created content about the EVs will be made available in English and Spanish. PNM also testified that it does translate some material into Spanish, and PNM agreed that TEP program information as well as some general EV information should be made available in Spanish. PNM notes that in its normal utility operations, it does not normally translate all marketing material into Spanish. PNM asserts that a requirement that it translate all material into Spanish would not be realistic to implement because PNM uses third-party software packages to provide information, including information about EVs to its customers. PNM asserts that a requirement that it translate all web content would require it to significantly increase its budget to translate another company's software package. PNM is not certain that this would even be feasible. PNM further argues that it has customers with many linguistic backgrounds, and while translation into Spanish would serve a subset of its customers, it would not necessarily be feasible to remove language barriers for all possible customers. The proposed determination from the commission that I drafted would be that the commissioner agrees with PNM that the RD did consider harms in the form of the practical barriers faced in providing informational materials with different language needs. The commission also agrees with Prosperity Works and the RD that the ability to provide program informational material in a customer's primary language would always be an effective means to achieve the purposes of disseminating such information. However, the commission also recognizes that there may be limitations on the ability of PNM to achieve this goal in a cost-effective manner, especially when faced with the reality that the number of languages PNM would likely need to address is significant. The commission agrees that PNM should be cognizant of and endeavor to utilize software that has multi-language capability when making its choice of which software to utilize. The commission declines Prosperity Works' request that PNM be required to make its software choices based solely on the criterion that any specific software may have the capability to be licensed in any one specific language. PNM's choices should nonetheless take into consideration whether the software it considers would be effective in reaching the greatest number, whether the software it considers would be effective in reaching the greatest number of customers with language translation needs. So if there are questions or responses.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
do we have any knowledge, Mike, about whether PNM even looked to shop for software that provided this information in Spanish? I mean, it's hard to imagine that nobody in Mexico, for example, is, trying to do the same thing that's being done up here, by gaining customers for EV chargers. I just find it hard to believe that there's no Spanish translation of the software that we're talking about. Maybe in Los Angeles or someplace. I don't know where this, there are a lot of Spanish speakers here in New Mexico, and they're not all poor. Do we have any information from you at PNM about that?
At that level of detail, I do not know specifically what process PNM may have gone in terms of determining what software it necessarily would use. I'm not sure that PNM, based on the language and discussion I saw, I'm not sure that PNM has necessarily made that choice yet.
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't know. I guess I would revise our language there a little bit to encourage the utilities to, make all reasonable efforts to find software. Not that they not to require them to translate. Yes, of course, that would be costly, but if they could at least look to see if there are software programs out there that are in Spanish.
Personally, I think that's a very reasonable request. Other commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is certainly an issue going forward. I agree with the commission determination at this point, but I think here is an issue that we need to carry forward as we seek to improve this program. See, that's the downfall of the statute that just says you must consider or you shall consider LMI, or low to moderate income populations, without going beyond that with specifics similar to, for example, community solar with a 30% carve out. So I think the real issue too is intake. I mean, if Spanish speaking individuals need assistance just to find the information, my hope is that PNM and other utilities can at least accommodate initial intake of inquiries. But I agree with Commissioner Hall. I think this is definitely an issue going forward that we need to consider in future TEPs.
And as you're speaking, Commissioner, may I ask this? It occurs to me that if the PNM commits to, say, an English-only software package at the beginning, that then becomes a potential argument down the road not to change because it's too disruptive or expensive, and that there might be a long-term costs to not addressing that issue up front. So for that reason, I think it really makes sense to encourage PNM to look broadly and to consider, availability in Spanish. We all know Spanish is the major language here. No one's expecting them to be able to translate into Swahili, even if we've got 10 people in the state who speak Swahili. So to me, it's the issue is Spanish, and that we should have some language in there. And Commissioner Hall, you may want to suggest it, that strongly encourages implementation with software that can accommodate the Spanish language.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the language that I drafted was intended to do just what that is.
Yeah.
If you want me to read it back, I mean.
Read it again, just to be sure.
The operative language is that the commission agrees that PNM should be cognizant of and endeavor to utilize software that has multi-language capability when making its choice of which software to utilize. The commission declines Prosperity Works' request that PNM be required to make its software choices based solely on criterion that any specific software may have the capability to be licensed in any one specific language. But PNM's choices should nonetheless take into consideration whether the software it considers would be effective in reaching the greatest number of customers with language translation needs.
Wait, please, the last long clause following where we weren't going to make it mandatory, what did it say?
PNM's choices should nonetheless take into consideration whether the software it considers would be effective in reaching the greatest number of customers with language translation needs.
Okay, well that's hardly a mandate. That's not a mandate. That's a should, not a shall. Should take into consideration. I mean, so they'll sit and think about it for 50 minutes or something, or they'll examine it. But I mean, I would like for them to do more than just take it into consideration. I would like them to take action in terms of trying to find software that they need that's in Spanish.
Well,
otherwise it's just empty talk. What?
So the commissioner, the first clause of that, the first sentence of that section is that the commission agrees that PNM should be cognizant of and endeavor to utilize software that has multi-language capability when making its choice of which software to utilize.
That's good.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy with that language for now.
I believe Commissioner Byrd.
Yeah, I too am happy with the language as it's stated, keeping in mind this is a pilot plan, not the end-all plan. And, if they're going to do Spanish, then I also know they have Navajo speaking customers as well. And so maybe not Swahili, but there are other languages that are a large group of people.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to make an exception for one, You've got to do it for all. Keep in mind, we did not require EPE or SPS to do these things.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's why I actually chose the language that I did in terms of saying the greatest number of customers with language translation needs rather than saying just Spanish.
Yep.
Because there are other language needs that need to be considered.
Mr. Chair, I think that's reasonable. And I'll
Okay, I think we're ready to
concur.
move on then.
Yeah.
Good job, Mike, in capturing that.
Mhm.
So the next exception is related. Probably should have done both these at the same time. Prosperity Works takes exception to the RD's failure to accept its suggestion that the commission require at least one of the 2 TEP staff PNM intends to hire to be able to provide customer service in Spanish. Prosperity Works reject, and I apologize for this, the back and forth, most of these objections were raised in the initial testimony, so they were briefed and they come out in multiple places. But Prosperity Works rejects PNM's stated intention to utilize some of its over 160 Spanish speakers, many of whom are, and this is a quotation, many of whom are able to assist with translation services when the need arises, as inefficient substitutes for the TEP staff members who would have the expertise in the TEP. Prosperity Works asserts that the RD's rationale for rejecting Prosperity Works' proposed modification is legally inadequate, for the same reason as its rationale for not modifying the TEP to require the PNM to post all web content in Spanish. PNM's response was that PNM argues that the RD properly considered that requiring PNM to hire at least one of its 2 full-time employees to be a Spanish speaker would limit the pool of qualified candidates for the positions. PNM notes that it does not have a specific language requirement for its employees based on which customer service programs those employees may be involved. PNM notes that it employs over 160 Spanish speakers, and those employees are utilized to assist in translating when the need arises. PNM again notes that it serves customers with many different linguistic backgrounds across many customer programs, and a requirement that PNM provide a specific Spanish language hiring criterion would ignore the diverse linguistic needs of PNM's other customers. The commission determination that I drafted would be that the commission finds that the RD's finding that while it would be beneficial if PNM hired persons who are proficient in several languages, including Spanish, to assist with all customer service activities and interactions, imposing a requirement that it do so would be unnecessarily restricted, given that no similar requirement is imposed for PNM's other customer service employees. Again, the commission encourages PNM to make efforts to include multiple language proficiency as a consideration in hiring customer service personnel, and PNM's response indicates that it has numerous multiple language speakers on its staff. So, Commissioner response?
Any objections to that language? Okay, we're good.
And that's all she wrote.
Okay, any further?
That's the end of the exceptions.
Yep.
So we've covered everything.
Commissioners, any further discussion on the proposed order? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
So moved as amended.
Okay, Commissioner Mastis moves, second from Commissioner Byrd. And Mike, as amended, please call the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
And
As
I
amended.
just personally want to thank hearing examiner Hurst for the good work she did on this. Very thoughtful and really thought through what we're trying to accomplish here and what the statute's trying to accomplish, and did a great job.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I really haven't commented on the great job that both of our hearing examiners have done in these two cases on these transportation electrification plans. So great job. And this completes the adjudication of all three of the required transportation electrification plans by our state's IOUs. But I think now it's time for us to focus on the rulemaking for this statute, because as we found out, it's very difficult to to implement programs solely based on a statute. And so I'm going to do my part to catalyze the rulemaking process for transportation electrification. And really on a broader level, Mr. Chair, transportation electrification, I think, is part of the new frontier in our quest to decarbonize our economy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. As we all know that transportation is the #2 source of greenhouse gas emissions in New Mexico, second only to the oil and gas industry. But there's still other things we need to focus on, Mr. Chair. If I were to maybe opine a bit on the statute, I think we need to focus on statewide planning. This is a statewide statute that only applies to the IOUs, whose combined service areas comprises about maybe a fourth of the state's service area. And so we truly need to integrate this and incentivize electric co-ops to work with each other and work with investor-owned utilities to truly make this a statewide program. Also, Mr. Chair, we really need more concentrated efforts to assist low to moderate income populations to participate. For example, I think it's past due for the state to pass some kind of an EV rebate, because I still believe that's the #1 barrier to EV ownership, and that's the purchase, not so much the purchase of infrastructure charging equipment. And I think, Mr. Chair, and it's going to be part and parcel with my effort to try and get this rulemaking done for transportation electrification. That is to convene some other sister agencies and partners such as Energy and Minerals and New Mexico Department of Transportation, as they are involved in truly making the entire state of New Mexico friendly to EV owners and alleviate their range anxiety. There are parts of the state that EV owners really can't travel to because of the current limitations we have on the availability of infrastructure. And lastly, Mr. Chair, we're all getting a glimpse of what's in store for New Mexico in this federal infrastructure bill, specifically and germane with what we've been talking about. There's $38 million in federal funding for EV charging stations. And so how do we coordinate with this effort and ensure that the statute and hopefully our future rule, and I'm going to set a goal to have it done by the end of calendar year 2022 when they kick us out of these offices. And so we have additional challenges, and I think we've gone through phase 1, but we still have a lot of work to do in this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Maestas. With that, let's go to communications with Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Just one update this afternoon. We do have our FY23 appropriation request hearing scheduled before the Legislative Finance Committee. I think I mentioned it before, but it's scheduled for next Wednesday at 4 o'clock. So we'll be presenting. The presentation will probably be similar to what we did for the Water and Natural Resources Committee, but and I will send out a copy of the agenda and any other information, as well as the final presentation to the commission when that's ready. But I just wanted to confirm that we actually have a time now, and it's 4 o'clock next Wednesday before the full Legislative Finance Committee. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions or address other issues that the commission might be interested in.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I was just curious, where is the PRC on that agenda, Mr. Probst?
We're on at 4 o'clock on Wednesday.
So the PRC will be the first one, or?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, I didn't understand the question. No, I believe the LFC is meeting all next week. I think they start meeting on Monday morning. So they're meeting at least through Wednesday and maybe through Thursday. But I'll take a look at the agenda and, like I said, get that out to everybody.
Okay. Thank you.
Other commissioner comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente-Aguilar.
This is for the Chief of Staff. Are we giving 4 hours off for our employees the day before Thanksgiving?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and Commissioner Vicente-Aguilar, yes, we are. We will be closing our office on Wednesday at noon so that staff can get home to their families and be with their families. And also, Mr. Chairman, we will be doing that for I think it's Friday before Christmas. We'll be closing at noon as well.
Great. Chief of Staff, I would appreciate it if you can bring this type of request before the commission, because in the past, that's how it was practiced. They usually ask the commissioners, are we going to give our employees 4 hours off? And we get, when you get the full support from the commission, then you can send out an email and let your employees know it's been granted. So I just want to follow the procedures that we have done before. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chief of Staff Probst, I just wanted to say thank you and for getting our senior advisory positions approved for the commissioners, and by SPO. And I saw your note on that. It's terrific news, and you've done a great job of carving out money, sufficient money to hire the right kind of people for that. So terrific job and congratulations on that. And I guess it's we commissioners deserve the most congratulations because we'll get the benefits. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, just to build on what you said, yes, thank you, Wayne. And for everybody out there that's tuning in, we have 2 positions that are gonna, or probably have hit the street. It's a public utility economist and a professional engineer that will be, or at least it will be intended to advise the commission. These are exempt positions. The salary is quite handsome. So please pass the word that the PRC is hiring a public utility economist and a professional engineer. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
So by handsome salaries, I just want to clarify, they're going to be getting paid more than we commissioners do. And deservedly so.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
It's humbling.
So, Mr. Chair, yes, I just wanted to also add on my thanks to Wayne, because I saw those ads and I thought, well, this is great. We'll get some good help in here. And I don't begrudge them the salaries, because they have to be competitive salaries, or we won't find people with experience who want to come here. So I'm just very pleased that he's taking the bull by the horns and getting at this need that nobody in the past has managed to get to, and here we are. It's never too late. It's not too late now. The time is right to get these positions filled, and I just want to thank him for putting it all together.
Okay. Let's move on to communications with General Counsel.
I think I'm all talked out, so I have nothing to add today.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. And good job on writing up that order on the last case that we considered. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Communications with commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Wow. Suddenly it gets
Wow,
noisy. I'm going to go with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar first.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As everyone knows, it's historic cultural month for Native Americans heritage for the month of November. So I feel very delighted to be part of the Public Regulation Commission organization, and we cannot exist as we are today with the help with all the employees. I know that, you know, over and over, there's certain individuals that are being praised, but I don't look at it that way. I think every employee benefits. They give their service, their public service, and the commission decides on the policies and the decisions, but the workers, the new attorneys, the new staff members in each division, they're well trained by their superior. So I'm very proud. I am just very proud of who we are today. So that's my input for today. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to Commissioner Byrd.
So I just wanted to real quickly send my well wishes to Commissioner Hall. Hope you're 100+% soon, and we'll be hearing you in a stronger capacity next week, I am sure. That was it.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. You will be.
Commissioner Hall, your turn.
I have no news really right now. I'm fine and kicking, and well, as long as you give me the microphone, I just want to say I really appreciate all of my colleagues here on the commission. I really think we are making great strides and show up. I think we and the whole commission are showing a lot of strength in the face of the adversity we've gone through in the past couple of years. And I share Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's feeling that she's proud to be a member of the commission. I am too. And I'm proud to be a member of this entire organization. I'm proud of how all the people have pulled together as we have in the pandemic and the move to be the cohesive group we are. So thanks for the opportunity, Commissioner Fishman. Mr. Chair.
I can't resist making this comment. We're winning the regulatory Super Bowl, and damn it, we deserve to go to Disneyland. Commissioner Baestis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let all of you know I've written an op-ed, and the subject is the need for more PRC funding. And I promise all of you it's tactful and diplomatic, but yet timely. And I'm perfectly, open to sharing it with all of you. I do have to submit it by close of business today. I just think we need to really keep this issue at the forefront because we have a lot of simultaneous requests, whether it's, the current fiscal year supplemental appropriations request, an increase in our FY23 request, and then the Board of Finance loan. And I do want to mention, if it's not apparent to everybody, that there is a possibility that the Board of Finance will instead process our request for 100,000 as a grant and not a loan. So they're going to write up 2 resolutions, one as a loan and one as a grant. And so cross your fingers, we're going to go before them next week. We've been providing requested supporting information to our application for the 100,000, and specifically this is to complete the final rule for community solar. So we're very hopeful about that. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to request that we place an item on the agenda for discussion next week regarding maybe a continuation of the discussion we had regarding Tri-State and how this agency can reasonably enforce the Energy Transition Act's renewable portfolio standards for the rural electric co-ops that are members of Tri-State. As we know that they rely on Tri-State to get 95% of their power, but yet all we have are RPS compliance filings for rural co-ops. And I for one feel that we need to be assured that there is a long-range plan in place that can assure us that those rural electric co-ops that are members of Tri-State will meet the RPS requirements. And I know it's an authority issue, but perhaps maybe we can come to some consensus that we would advise the New Mexico legislature to follow Colorado's lead and require the Tri-State follow an IRP, just like we require that of all the investor-owned utilities. So I don't want to start a food fight right now, but I think we're all talked out, but I would like to place it on the agenda for next week. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to throw one cupcake at your face here on the food fight. And that is that, and you raised the issue earlier in the meeting, is that whether it's grid mod or frankly energy efficiency, our programs do not extend to the co-ops and to the 30% of the power generation, electric power generation, and 70% of the land mass that make up the state. And it wouldn't be a bad idea if you're amenable to expand that conversation to, gee, can we make legislative proposals that are minimally intrusive, but provide maximum opportunity for our co-ops and Tri-State to jump on board. And so I'm kind of looking at it with maybe a little bit bigger lens. Is that acceptable to you?
Sure, I think it's a great idea.
Terrific.
More
Mr.
carrots and less stick. More carrots, less stick.
Yeah, I prefer carrots. Commissioner Hall.
So yes, I concur on that. I think that is a great idea. And I also think the idea of an op-ed telling the world that the PRC needs more money is a great idea. And if Commissioner Maius, if you think more signatures is better than one, I'd be happy to pile on and sign it as well. And if other commissioners would too, I think it would be a strong signal. But if it's yours, you've written it. If you want to send it in that way, that's fine. But I'm glad to support it in any way I can.
Thank you. I'm wide open. There's no pride of authorship here.
Okay, I'll sign on with you. Sign on to you, but send me a copy anyhow.
I feel the same way. I will sign on. Send me a copy, but I'm sure it'll be perfectly okay.
Yeah.
I know how you address this stuff, so I'm very confident.
Make it bipartisan and don't even bother sitting it.
You're too trusting. Okay. Well, I'll make one comment on communication with commissioners. I just wanted to thank Arthur O'Donnell we got our, as you all know, our $200,000 grant. And the grant is going to go through GridWorks to help support our rulemaking efforts and support them pretty broadly. And GridWorks has retained some folks who are just incredibly qualified to help us move forward. One of them is Jeff Ackerman, who is the former chair of the Colorado Commission and spent basically his entire career on utility commissions in various regulatory posts. That's the one name that stands out, but the two other folks that they've retained to help us in our rulemaking processes just have vast experience all around the country. And they've seen a lot, they've seen it done right, they've seen it done wrong, and just a terrific crew. So I wanted to congratulate Arthur on the great work he's doing with GridWorks, both in landing the money and in landing really interested, qualified people to help us out. So with that, I got no more blabbing to do, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 chairs for Arthur.
Yep.
Adios.
See you guys.